is a beautiful Thursday night in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great to have you with us tonight. We get set for game one of this four-game series. The Colorado Rockies and the Milwaukee Brewers, and it matches the top two hitters in the National League. Jonathan Lucroy, second in the league in batting, hitting .330, second only behind that man. Home run derby captain Troy Tulowitzki, hitting .351 this year at the top of the heap in the National League. Hi, everybody. We welcome you from Miller Park. Great to be back with you alongside Bill Schroeder. I'm Brian Anderson. We'll hear from Sophia Minnaert a little bit later as well. Well, the Brewers match up against the Rockies once again. They swept them just last week. The Brewers managed to salvage one game in that Washington series, but this Rockies matchup now turns very interesting on their home turf.
Yeah, the Brewers beat them at their own game in Colorado. It's almost like arena football in Colorado, and the Brewers offense really picked it up, and they stepped up. They scored a ton of runs. They were able to outscore the Rockies in each one of the games, able to sweep the Rockies. The offense incredible. I mean, everybody talks about how the ball carries, but the infield rock hard. The Brewers able to do what they had to do in Colorado. Now it shifts here to Milwaukee, more like regular baseball. Infield a little bit softer. The pitching needs to take over here for the Brewers. They got their four best going against the Rockies in this series.
And it'll be Wily Peralta on the mound tonight. He was fantastic pitching into the eighth inning at Coors Field his last time out. We'll talk pitching when we come back with Craig and Augie. Stay right there.
Wisconsin is brought to you by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Miller Lite, now in the original can, it's Miller time. By Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Pretty nice night here in Milwaukee, but the roof and panels closed up for the Rockies and the Brewers. These two pitchers hooked up last Saturday, and Wily Peralta got the best of Christian Friedrich, but they will battle again here at Miller Park. Our coverage of Brewers baseball continues. I'm Craig Kashaw alongside Jerry Augustine, and you take a look at Wily Peralta, what he was able to put together in a hitters-friendly ballpark out at Coors Field. He put up some nice numbers against the Rockies.
Yeah, you just have to see the maturation of Wily Peralta. He's done a nice job in a tough ballpark to pitch. He really commanded his fastball very well. Used a 2- and 4-seamer, was able to get ahead of hitters. But we talked about Wily Peralta and how he's becoming that great pitcher. The effective use of that good breaking ball, and it's changed. Last week, he used it, was very good with it, commanding it for strikes, had a big part in his good outing.
So Wily going for win number 9 already on the season, went very deep into that start. 3 things we need to keep an eye on with Christian Friedrich.
Well, he's a left-hander. He's got all the pitches. He's got the 2- and 4-seam fastball. He's got a curveball and a change. He will use them all. Against the Brewers the first time, really used the 4-seam fastball and the changeup a lot. Secondly, this guy has been injured. He's coming up. He's getting an opportunity after being back in the minor leagues. He's going to be aggressive. He wants to get ahead of these Brewer hitters, and he pitches inside. And the last thing, when he get on base, you got to beware. He's got a very good move, and he will throw to the bases.
Gave up 9 runs, 4 earned runs last Saturday when these two teams only play twice a year, but they do it on consecutive weekends until we meet again. We've got the rematch coming up next.
Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Field looks great. We start a series tonight against the Colorado Rockies, 1 of 4 tonight, and it is 69 degrees outside Miller Park. That's why the roof is closed up. Panels are shut down as well. Supposed to be dipping down into the upper 50s tonight. Heck yeah, it feels like late June around here. Well, Walt Weiss and the Rockies come to town, having dropped 2 out of 3 to the St. Louis Cardinals. They lost yesterday, let a lead get away late in yesterday's game. The Brewers swept Colorado last weekend. And let's give you the starting lineup for Walt Weiss. He's got Charlie Blackmon leading off. Drew Stubbs, the speedy center fielder, batting second. Justin Morneau, one of the league's top RBI men. He'll hit third. Troy Tulowitzki at the top of the list. As far as National League batting goes, he's hitting .351. He's also second in homers. Corey Dickerson had a great series against the Brewers. WILIN Rosario will do the catching. A lot of power there. And then you got Ryan Wheeler, DJ LeMahieu, and Christian Friedrich rounding out the Associated Bank lineup for Colorado. And it'll be Wily Peralta on the mound, his second consecutive start against Colorado.
Well, he's won 4 in a row. He beat the Rockies 9-4, 7 2/3, 3 earned runs. He got off to a shaky start his last time out against the Rockies, but able to settle down and give up 4 runs, 3 of them earned. He has been on a roll, throwing the baseball extremely well. That was one of his best starts in Colorado, although he did give up 4 runs. You got to consider the source where he was pitching.
Well, Peralta, a ground ball pitcher. And here are the Brewers defensively. It's brought to you by Menards. Chris Davis, who homered yesterday, he's back in there. Gomez back in the lineup in center field. And Ryan Braun, who had the day off yesterday, is in right. Ramirez also had the day off yesterday. He's over at third. You got Segura and Weeks, the Keystone combination, with Mark Reynolds getting the start at first base. And Jonathan Lucroy, another star who had the day off yesterday, getting the call behind the plate. Right behind him is Trip Gibson. He'll call the balls and strikes here tonight. The crew chief is Dale Scott over at first. Dan Isonia and C.B. Buckner on the bases with the crew chief this evening. Now the Brewers coming up with a win yesterday, beating Steven Strasburg. And with 3 of their starters out, it figured that it could be a long day for the Brewers. They were running the risk of being swept yesterday, but Ron Renicki's bomb squad got it done yesterday. The Brewers beat Washington 9-2, hanging 7 earned runs on Steven Strasburg yesterday.
And 6 of them coming on home runs. A grand slam by Scooter, and Chris Davis with a home run. Well, the Brewers seem to be getting contributions from everybody. Yeah, the bench players have been very productive. Ilian Herrera continues to swing the bat pretty well, and Davis leads the team in homers.
All right, all the pieces in place. We're ready for baseball tonight at Miller Park. Great to have you with us this evening. Hope you're enjoying your time in Milwaukee if you're here. Summerfest beginning last night, and the big crowds all throughout downtown, and certainly finding their way to Miller Park as well. First pitch of the ball game on the way. Charlie Blackmon takes a strike, and away we go. The bearded Blackmon, he's having a nice year. 306 average. He's hit for some power at the top of that order. Has 12 homers and 46 runs batted in. He can also steal you a base. He's in the top 6 in the league in stolen bases as well. But Rock, this is an interesting contrast, and you touched on it a little bit in the open, playing at Coors Field all the time and then playing at Miller Park, especially right now at Miller Park.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, the infield's very soft. The field is playing pretty fair. I mean, we saw that in that series against the Nationals, in that the ball didn't seem to be carrying all that well. We'll see how it plays this weekend. But you go from a crazy amount of offense. You come here to Miller Park, which isn't exactly a pitcher's ballpark, but it feels like it for the Brewers and Rockies as they come in here for this series.
Now, normally when you get to this part of June, late June, the ball's really traveling well. Everything's opened up, the panels, the roof. But the cool temperatures have kept this as more of a pitcher's park as Peralta climbs the ladder, and that's how his night begins. A strikeout of Blackmon.
Well, I mentioned Willie got off to a slow start in the first inning at Coors Field against the Rockies, gave up a couple of runs, and then was able to shut him down pretty good until the 6th inning. And then Blackmon led that game off with a base hit, and a strikeout tonight.
So here is Drew Stubbs, the former Cincinnati Red. Stubbs started 2 of the 3 games in Colorado. And a swing and a miss. Peralta ties him up. Just to back up what Rock's saying about the discrepancy with this particular Rockies team at home and on the road. At home, they're hitting .326. They score over 6 runs a game. On the road, the Rockies hitting just .237 as a team. So nearly 100 points lower, 90 points thereabouts. And they're scoring just 3.7 runs per game on the road away from Coors Field. So there is a major discrepancy in the offense.
And a major discrepancy in playing surfaces, too. We noticed in Colorado how hard the infield was. I mean, if you hit a ball anywhere but right at an infield, a pretty good chance you have a base hit. Ball just screams through that infield. Ball carries well. You can see why the Rockies are so good at home.
Drew Stubbs, the numbers are pretty wide as well from home to road. 378 hitter at Coors Field. Stubbs has a lot of speed. He beats one into the ground foul. Peralta got a ton of ground ball outs in his 7 2/3 against Colorado. The Brewers had 18 ground ball outs total in that game. Peralta had 17 ground ball outs. Of his 23 outs recorded, 17 were hit on the ground. And a swing and a miss. He starts this game with back-to-back strikeouts.
Yeah, Willie only had 2 strikeouts in that start at Denver, so it was all ground balls, not too many punch outs. He's already matched that tonight. First 2 hitters.
Peralta has electric stuff. Anytime he takes the mound, you might see something special from him. Peralta's fastball will comfortably sit in the mid to upper 90s, and he zips one in at 96 to Justin Morneau. Bit of a change in the batting order since we last saw Colorado last weekend. Morneau hitting in front of Troy Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki's been in a bit of an RBI drought, although he continues to swing the bat well. Justin Morneau is having a huge month in the RBI category. He's second in the league overall with 57 ribbies. 24 of those 57 have come in the month of June. And he drove in 7 in a 3-game series against the Brewers.
And then you can do that. You can put Morneau in front of Tulowitzki because of Corey Dickerson's success. You have Dickerson behind Tulowitzki, maybe to protect him a little bit. It's a pretty good 3, 4, 5 punch for this Rockies ball club. They can hit, make no mistake, whether they're at home or on the road. They're a tough bunch.
A tough lineup to get through. Even their catcher Rosario is a big home run threat. And they are missing some pieces as well. Nolan Arenado, their terrific Gold Glove third baseman, who also swings the bat well. He is still on the disabled list with a broken finger. They are expecting him back probably within a week to 10 days. He's going to take batting practice tomorrow, I understand, so he is a step closer to returning. They're without Michael Kadire, and Carlos Gonzalez is out with a finger injury as well. I mean, those are 3 legitimate bats that are missing from the Rockies, and they are still scoring runs.
Yeah, 2 of them are all-stars. I mean, Kadire and Carlos Gonzalez. I mean, and still they continue to score runs. Offense not a problem for the Rockies. It's been pitching.
2-2 on Morneau. Chance to strike out the side here for Peralta. Morneau over his last 6 games hitting .385. A couple of homers, 13 runs batted in 6 games. And of course 5 of those came in one game against Milwaukee last Friday. Right off the end of the bat, Davis will have to play this one on a couple of hops, and it gets by him now, and Morneau can keep running. He's on his way to third, and Morneau ends up at third base. Ball had a lot of spin on it down the line, and instead of a routine double, maybe even a single, Morneau standing at third base with 2 outs.
Yeah, got to figure there's going to be an error in there somewhere, whether it's going to be a single and an error or a double and an error. We'll see. And that's one that Davis needs to be able to handle down the line. Little slice job just inside the left field line, and Davis not able to handle it, so Morneau gets into third base.
And we'll see how they score that one. And that's going to bring Troy Tulowitzki to the plate. The league's leading hitter coming in. Tulowitzki, a .351 batting average. He has 18 home runs, second only to Giancarlo Stanton in the league. 45 runs batted in as well for Tulowitzki. That places him just outside the top 10. He's had a monster season already. And he will be the captain for the National League at the Home Run Derby at the All-Star Game. Leading vote getter at the shortstop position, and a deserving candidate. Popped him up. Segura eases back, and it'll be Gomez who makes the call and the catch, and Peralta with a scoreless first. Brewers are coming up. In the first inning for Wily Peralta. Now the Brewers coming up against a guy they just saw last weekend, Christian Friedrich, with the left-handed starter on the mound. That means Ricky Weeks is at the top. He'll lead off, followed by Ryan Braun and Jonathan Lucroy. Middle of the order is Gomez, Ramirez, and Davis. Bottom three, Mark Reynolds, Gene Segura, and Wily Peralta. The Associated Bank, Ron Renneke Brewers lineup. And there is the lefty Friedrich. Round 2 against Milwaukee.
Yeah, he gave up 4 runs, or I should say 4 earned runs, 9 overall against the Brewers in his first and only start of the year this year. Went 6 innings, scattered 7 base hits. You can see the line for Friedrich. One of 13 different starters used by the Colorado Rockies this year. It has been a rough go for this starting rotation. Down in AAA, he was 1-8 with a 7.89 earned run average. You check out the Rockies defensively. Brought to you by Menards. TULOWITZKI, one of the best in the business over there at shortstop. He doesn't make many errors. Dickerson, Stubbs, and Blackman in the outfield. You got Wheeler making the start over at third base. LeMahieu and Morneau at second and first, and Rosario behind the plate.
Now Wheeler is key, gets that start at third base. That was where all the trouble was for the most part for the Rockies with Friedrich on the mound last Saturday. As Weeks leads off and hammers one to left. Goodbye, Ricky Weeks. Welcome to Thursday night. One pitch, one swing, and the Brewers are on top, 1-0.
And that's why Ron Renneke likes a power hitter in that leadoff spot. First pitch of the game. A fastball middle in, and watch Ricky turn on it. He's waiting for it. There it is, and just an easy swing, knocks it out of here. And Brewers take an early lead. Wow, that was a blast.
That was a blast. Man, oh man, it was out of here in a flash. Home run number 3, 4 weeks, 15 runs batted in. Well, this platoon with Jeanette and Weeks has really stuck out this year. I mean, both players are putting up good numbers, and then you combine the numbers and becoming the most productive second base position, one of in the National League.
And they're being both productive because Ron Renneke's putting in a position to do that. I mean, to give Scooter Jeanette the starts against the right-handers. He doesn't have to struggle against lefties, and Ricky Weeks has always hit left-handed pitching very well.
I love Renneke's reaction when we ask him about, hey, you know, Jeanette's swinging the bat well. You gonna have Weeks in there tonight, or vice versa? When Ricky was swinging it well, he goes, yes, exactly. They're swinging the bat well for a reason.
Right. Because they're in a platoon.
That's right. It's not despite the platoon. It is because of the platoon.
Exactly. Putting your players in a position to succeed.
Now the manager sticks to his guns, and it pays off early as Ryan Braun takes a strike. Now Braun had the day off yesterday. Braun, Lucroy, Ramirez all had the day off. Did not play. Didn't have to come into the game as a pinch hitter. The Brewers only used one pinch hitter, and that was Ricky Weeks. So these three guys all had the day off yesterday. And there was a game in Arizona when it was Braun and Lucroy who had the day off. They weren't needed that day either, and the Brewers won that game.
Oh, and you have to be able to do that when you're in a stretch like the Brewers are, 20 consecutive days with games. They give your stars a day off and you win.
And Braun takes ball 4. So a good start tonight. They get a homer from Weeks, now a walk on 5 pitches, and that'll bring up Lucroy. Much needed day off yesterday for Jonathan Lucroy. Been catching a lot ever since Ramirez returned. Lucroy not playing any first base. He was doing that in that 3-week stretch with ARAMIS on the DL. He's been one of the best hitters in baseball. Certainly been the best hitting catcher in Major League Baseball. But you could sense that he was in need of a day off, physically and mentally. Got that yesterday.
And you sit him out. You get a good defensive catcher in Martin Maldonado back there. Don't have to use Lucroy late in the game. And when you talk about Friedrich, you're talking about a guy that doesn't throw all that hard. 91, 92 maybe. Four-seamer that he likes to establish inside. That's what he did to Ricky Weeks, and he paid for it. And he showed a pretty good changeup in Colorado.
There's a strike to Lucroy. Lucroy comes in second in the league in batting, hitting .330. He's also second in the league in hits in the National League. Daniel Murphy of the Mets took over that spot yesterday. Murphy with 94 hits. Lucroy with 93. Lucroy is also among league leaders in doubles coming into play tonight. He's second behind Goldschmidt. Give a lot of credit to the offense yesterday, hanging 7 earned runs on Steven Strasburg. They scored 9, the Brewers did, on 13 hits. But you got to tip your hat to Marco Estrada as well.
Yeah, good comeback start for Marco.
One he needed desperately. Gave up just 2 runs and 2 hits. That was Estrada, Kinsler, and Figueroa to the finish line yesterday. Figueroa came up from AAA and went 2 innings for the Brewers yesterday, 2 scoreless. Marco went 6 1/3, 2 hits, 2 runs, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, he needed that, didn't he? Alfredo Figueroa replacing Mike Fiers in the bullpen. Fiers threw 4 innings a couple of nights ago.
In that marathon 16-inning game, Fiers took the loss. He'll go back down to AAA and go back into that starting rotation. And Lucroy chased one. Down he goes. Braun will take off with the pitch in the dirt. So Lucroy is out on strikes, the first out for Friedrich. And WILIN Rosario is saying that Lucroy may have affected the block and a potential throw to second, I'm assuming here.
He's saying he kicked the baseball, but Trip Gibson, the home plate umpire, saying it's incidental. Let's check it out. Ball in the dirt, curveball in the dirt. You can see Luke in the process of just trying to get out of the batter's box. Incidental contact. Normally that's not going to be much of a deal. So Ryan Braun able to get into second base.
And into second base on a wild pitch.
Now if you intentionally kick the baseball, that's a different story. Can't do that.
This is a judgment call, so not reviewable here.
Get together, talk about it. They may send Ryan Braun back.
Look at Dale Scott, the crew chief there, staring at him and saying, all right, kid, what do you got?
He's saying, I don't think Lucroy knew what was going on. He was just walking out of the batter's box and accidentally touched the baseball. Well, we'll see how they rule it. This could go either way.
Pretty extensive meeting.
Yeah.
For a kicked ball. Dan Isonia going through the steps with the young umpire, Trip Gibson. Isonia, one of the better umpires in the big leagues, has worked a few World Series in his career.
Well, the question is, had Lucroy not kicked it, would Rosario have seen the baseball and kept Braun at first base? I think that might be one of the things that they're discussing. Would it have mattered?
It's like umpire's version of 12 Angry Men right now.
Yeah, it's like an act of Congress right here.
So, Dale Scott, the man who has his back to us, will ultimately probably make this call here, and they're going to send him back.
All right.
So Braun goes back. Ron Renicky pops out as expected. And he wants an explanation.
And again, Lucroy did kick the baseball. Whether that influenced the play or not remains to be seen, but the umpires seem to think it did. Now, would Rosario have been able to keep Braun at first base? And my contention is probably yes. He knew exactly where the ball was. Lucroy kicked it. Unintentional, and it really doesn't matter. Unintentional right there. Just kind of a slide of the foot as he's getting out of the box. And Rosario, at that point, no play at second.
And this is a spot where Ron Renicky he knows he's not going to get it reversed, but he's probably trying to buy a little favor for something else down the road, perhaps. All right, no problem. You owe me one.
I have a chip in the coffer.
All right, so that was a long meeting to figure that out. But Braun does go back to first, and that'll bring up Carlos Gomez. Now Gomez in the starting lineup yesterday, one of the few frontline players in there, and Gomez delivered well. 3 hits yesterday, 3 for 4. He drove in a run on a little half swing, scored a run as well. Gomez got into a little bit of a dust up, maybe a misunderstanding at the end of that game with Ian Desmond after he was hit by a pitch yesterday, and then he slid in hard trying to break up a double play. Desmond took exception and felt like the way the score was, the way the game was going, that was unnecessary. As Gomez pops this one up, that'll be Morneau to make the call, and he's got it for the out.
Bottom line, Gomez didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with going in hard. It doesn't matter what the score is. Had he not done that and peeled off, then everybody in the Brewers would be talking about, Gomez giving up. But you're not going to see that of Carlos. You got to play the game until it's over. There's no country club atmosphere out there, and I think Desmond was out of line.
And then I asked Ron Renicky what his thought was. He goes, I don't have a problem at all with Gomez's slide. He plays hard all the time. I don't have a problem with Desmond sticking up for his second baseman. That's what he felt like he needed to do. But from our end of it, Gomez goes hard, always.
And he should.
And we want everybody to go hard. As Ramirez swings and fouls it back.
Maybe a bit of frustration for Desmond, right? 9-2.
Look at those numbers for Ramirez against Colorado in that 3-game series. Had 8 hits and 2 home runs in that 3-game series against the Rockies. Good fastball in there for strike 2 from Friedrich. Since returning from the disabled list on June 4th, Ramirez has played in all but 1 game. That was the game he missed yesterday. So 20 games. He's hit .351 since returning. 5 homers, 17 runs batted in those 20 games. And the leading vote getter at third base in the National League. And that ball sent deep to left field. On the run is Dickerson at the wall. There she goes. ARAMIS Ramirez stays hot. 2-run homer. 3-0 Milwaukee.
Well, you like the matchup here for this Brewer offense against Friedrich. He likes to throw the fastball. He likes to try and put it on the inside corner, but leaves him out over the plate like this one. And just like he left it out over the plate to Ricky Weeks, ARAMIS Ramirez makes it 3-0.
2 home runs in the inning. Weeks started it. Ramirez hits number 11. RBIs 39 and 40. And now 3 home runs in 4 games against Colorado this season. Not even 4 games. 3 games in an inning. These 2 teams put up huge offensive numbers in Colorado. They combined in those 3 games for 47 runs and 78 hits. And the Brewers won all 3 of them.
And the Brewers able to score a number of times on without even getting a hit. Remember, the bases loaded wild pitch. Wild pitch and an error cleared the bases.
That was in the Friedrich game on Saturday. Friedrich didn't have much help behind him that day on Saturday. 4 Colorado errors in that one, a couple by the third baseman at that time. Rockies have been searching a little bit for a third baseman. Charlie Culberson played in the first 2 games in Colorado. Tonight they have Wheeler at third base. Josh Rutledge, I beg your pardon. Culberson played the final game. Rutledge had the tough time at third base in the Friedrich game. One and 2 to Chris Davis. And a swing and a foul.
It's a pretty good curveball he has. He's kept it down a couple of times. He struck out Lucroy on the curveball. That was a pretty good breaker right there.
Inside, missed. 2-2. Friedrich knows, and just like every other staff against this Brewers lineup, know they have to establish inside. And the risk of that is allowing it to leak back over the plate, and you see some damage done. Brewers have done a lot of damage over the last 2 games. Strasburg doing the same, trying to get inside.
Well, with Friedrich, it's back-to-back games that, you know, he's throwing against Milwaukee, and the Brewers are expecting a fastball inside. It's not going to be a surprise to them like it was the first time.
Full count to Chris Davis. The Brewers had a pretty good book on Christian Friedrich when they matched up against him last Saturday. He had pitched twice against Nashville, their AAA affiliate, pitching for Colorado Springs. And the Nashville Sounds did a number on him as well. Matter of fact, Nashville on May 30th scored 9 earned runs against him in 2 1/3. The other time out, he had given up 4 earned runs in a little over 4 innings. He strikes out Davis to end the inning, but the Brewers go boom twice. Ricky Weeks on the first pitch, his 26th career leadoff homer. And then ARAMIS Ramirez, a 2-out, 2-run home run. And it's 3-0 Crew out of the gates.
Brought to you by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Willie Peralta back to work. Here's the second inning. The Brewers with a 3-0 lead thanks to home runs from Ricky Weeks and ARAMIS for Ramirez. And Ron Renneke speaking about the improvement that Peralta has made here in his second season. If you compare the numbers for his first 15 starts a year ago to now, Peralta has made 11 quality starts. He's doubled his win total from 4 to 8 and has also dropped his ERA in half from 6 to 3.02 this season. And for Renneke, he said that consistency has come from just keeping the big innings down, keeping his emotions more in check, and learning how to get out of the bad innings. He said the more Peralta gets out of jams, the more he learns, and he's able to repeat those things. Brian.
All right, Sophia, thank you. First man up is Dickerson, who tries to bunt his way on. And just to follow up Sophia's point, Rock, Willie Peralta, maybe one of his better starts in his career came against Colorado at Coors Field. The way he pitched, it was a much needed deep start. You remember the scenario with the Brewers bullpen a little beat up, a short start the day before. The wind was blowing out. It was a warm day in Colorado, and Peralta ends up pitching into the 8th inning of that game and got all those ground ball outs. So he didn't have his big swing and miss stuff that day either, and was still able to be effective.
Yep, only 2 strikeouts, and that coming on the heels of a 13-10 victory for the Brewers. And he's watching all that offense. He really wasn't intimidated at all by it. He just stayed with his game plan. Pound the sinker down in the strike zone. Didn't make mistakes with his breaking pitch. And nothing like ground ball out early in the count.
Corey Dickerson leading the way here in the second. If you don't know him yet, you will. This guy can hit. And he showed that against the Brewers. He was 8 for 13 in that 3-game series against Milwaukee last weekend. Had a couple of home runs. And Dickerson was involved in a couple of big moments. Hit 2 home runs in that series. Could have had 3. He's the guy that hit it off the wall in the 3rd game of that series. Missed a home run by inches, this one here, and then of course it was Dickerson who fell down on that same play between 3rd and home in the 9th inning, allowed K-Rod to get the first out. The next batter, WILIN Rosario, hit a long home run, so you never know how K-Rod matches up against a guy, but the game could have easily been tied. Dickerson said his legs just gave out from under him.
Yeah, just tripped halfway between home and third base. Brewers got just about every break they could have gotten in that 3-game series. They really did.
A swing and a miss. So Peralta cuts down Dickerson. 3 strikeouts over his first 4 outs for Willie Peralta.
Even with all the injuries, this is a very good offensive club. Not as good on the road as they are at home, but still they can swing the bats. And retiring this guy was not easy back in Colorado.
WILIN Rosario now with 1 away. He's a .249 hitter, has 8 homers this year. And on the first pitch, a lazy pop up. Out is Segura, who wants it, and he'll make the play for out number 2. Two quick outs. And it'll be Ryan Wheeler. Wheeler didn't play much in that series last weekend. He was used only as a pinch hitter, but we saw him taking ground balls along with Charlie Culberson the final day there Sunday, and you figured that he'd be in the lineup at third base at some point.
They're trying to get as many left-handers as he can in that lineup. He's got 4 of them. You know, the bench for the Rockies right now, all right-handed batters, all 4 of them.
Well, the Rockies are counting on Arenado returning soon. They're going to get Carlos Gonzalez back soon as well. Michael Kadire might be a little bit. Kadire has a fracture in his shoulder, and it's going to be 6 to 8 weeks. There's a shot, gets by Weeks, a base hit. So Wheeler, a 2-out hit both innings. Peralta's given up 2-out base hits, and a runner at first for DJ LeMahieu.
And not a bad pitch. Look like a changeup from Peralta that Wheeler able to stay back on, and looks like it had a little bit of a hook on it as it got to Weeks.
LeMahieu getting most of the work at second base. He and Rutledge sharing time there. LeMahieu hitting .266, has 20 runs batted in. It's been one of the top hitting teams in the National League all season. Top home run hitting team.
Well, the Oakland A's have scored more runs than the Rockies coming into play today.
Wow, Willie put that one right by him. 96-mile-an-hour down sinker. And LeMahieu trying to take that one out of the glove of Jonathan Lucroy.
Yeah, that's the ground ball pitch right there. That's the pitch that he used in Denver. It's tough to elevate that pitch and hit home runs.
One ball, one strike. 2 men are out here in the second inning. And it goes to 1-2. Colorado's losing streak got to 8 games before they finally beat the Cardinals. They lost 2 out of 3 to St. Louis. Remember, they were no hit by Clayton Kershaw the Sunday before, or rather the Wednesday before they played the Brewers. Got swept in that series by the Dodgers. Here's Segura on the bouncer. Go to the bag easy, and that'll do it. Rockies out in the second. 2 scoreless for Wily Peralta. First, Weeks and Ramirez with home runs. How about our AT&T U-verse rewind? Did you see this yesterday, Rock?
I did. Lincecum.
Tim Lincecum for the second time in his career, second time in as many years against the same team. He no-hit the Padres in San Diego last year. He no-hits the Padres yesterday in San Francisco. And he is in pretty elite company of pitchers who have won 2 Cy Young Awards and 2 no-hitters. And if you throw the 2 World Series titles in there, it's just he and Koufax.
That's pretty good, huh?
Giants up 3 games over the Dodgers. That lead was up to 9 at one point. It's now down to 3. And the Giants needed that win yesterday. And Lincecum was the guy in the headlines once again. Did it in sub 100 pitches.
Yeah. Well, the Giants went through a market correction, if you will. And the Brewers now owning the best record in the National League.
Well, the Brewers were first to 48 wins. A lot of parity in the game this year. Milwaukee starting play today 16 games over 500. That is their best record after 80 games. This is game 81 tonight as Mark Reynolds is down on strikes. First out of the second inning. And 3 strikeouts already for Friedrich.
Yeah, soak up the summer at Miller Park this weekend as your first place Brewers take on the Colorado Rockies tomorrow through Sunday. Call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com for tickets. A 4-game series against the Rockies.
And then the Brewers head out to Toronto on Tuesday.
Now the Brewers are in this long stretch of 20 consecutive games without a day off. The final 4 here, and then finally a day off Monday. It's been a good run for the Brewers in this stretch. Had a 6-1 road trip through Phoenix and Colorado. Only 2 series they've lost have been right here at Miller Park, losing 2 out of 3 to the Reds and then just dropping 2 of 3 from Washington. Brewers and the Dodgers, the only 2 teams that have not been swept yet this season. Segura takes a ball low. Yesterday Segura hit second, was 2 for 5. There's a strike, 2-2 the count. Christian Friedrich, hard throwing left-hander, just his second start in the big leagues this year, and he got Segura to chase. A changeup from Friedrich. He gets Reynolds and Segura to start this inning, and already 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, good changeup. He's already thrown more curveballs today than he did in the start against the Brewers in Denver. Well, and that stands to reason. The curveball doesn't really act all that great in Denver, that high altitude, but it's been a pretty good pitch for him tonight.
Here's Wily Peralta now with 2 away. I was joking with Peralta the other day. He's a fun-loving guy anyway, except when he's on the mound pitching. But I said, you know, Willie, Rock and I have been talking you up a little bit as a hitter. You know, we've been at it for a couple of years now, propping you up a little bit. We're going to need to see some results pretty soon, and we're going to have to change our tune.
Are you talking about home runs or just hits?
I think home runs, really. I think if you're going to sell out, go ahead and.
Had a couple in spring training.
He did. Hit a couple of bombs in spring training. He was laughing. He goes, "It's coming. It's coming." Not this time. Down he goes. Friedrich strikes out the side. Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. By Marshfield Clinic, don't just live, shine. And by Gerhardt's, the kitchen and bath store. Find inspirational design solutions and quality kitchen and bath products for your home. Visit GerhardtStore.com. It's a beautiful night in Milwaukee, a touch on the cool side. The roof is closed up. Brewers have a 3-0 lead, and we're pleased to be joined now by Doug Melvin, Brewers general manager. Always like to catch up with Doug at some point during a homestand. Today's your lucky day.
Great. On NBA draft day.
NBA draft day. You can offer us some NBA draft analysis. Doug's a big NBA fan. Well, first of all, can we get into a little bit of what you've seen from the Brewers right now, and looking at this ball club, the way it's set up? What do you think the strength is of this team as you're looking at it?
Yeah, I think, I've been asked that question a lot of times, Brian, and I talk about it, and I said I think the strength of our ball club is the balance that we have. I think I always look at the 4 major components: offense, starting pitching, bullpen, and defense, and we've been pretty good at all of those. If you're very good at one of them and real bad at one of the others, you're probably not going to have success. And the idea over the course of 162 games is to try to evaluate your ball club. What we've done this year is that you can't evaluate every game or every series. We try to do it over 7 to 10 game segments. And I think you've heard me say before, I like to go and be 7-3, 8-2. I don't like the 2-8s and 3-7s over 10 game periods.
Here's Segura on the slow roller by the pitcher at the bat, Friedrich, and one away for Peralta.
Well, Doug, one of the big things you want to improve upon in the offseason, defense. You picked up Reynolds and Overbay. Those two guys have done a great job. I mean, that's got to be something that you're proud of right now. One of the reasons why you guys are in first place, the defense.
Yeah, last year we made 24 errors at first base, and Lyle and Mark have both brought experience and to that position when they played there. And the other key thing with Mark is being able to play third base and give ARAMIS a few days off. And when ARAMIS was on the DL, he filled in there. Scooter Jeanette's played well at second, and up the middle with Segura, LaCroix, and Gomez. So we're a very good defensive club now. And last year we were last in the National League in defense, and that hurts your pitching. So all these things have an effect on each other. If you got good starting pitching but a bad bullpen, then your overall pitching may not be as good. Or a good bullpen, but you can't get to them because your starters are bad. So that's why I'm going back to saying that if you're average or above at each one of those positions, you have a better chance of playing consistent baseball, which you need to do.
And I know you're never really content with what you have. I mean, everybody's always looking to improve. What areas, as the trading deadline approaches next month, are you looking to improve upon?
Well, I've always felt that because of the baseball season of 162 games, because starting pitching very seldom pitches complete games anymore, that bullpen is always an area that I think that players do become available, and it's an area that sometimes you can improve on. If you don't have players in your system that can do that, then maybe a trade here or there that can give some additional depth to your bullpen, because that's a very taxing part of your ball club. You look at Will Smith being in 41 games, and I think K-Rod's been in 38 or 39 games, and we play a lot of close ball games, and so that's the one area that if one or two guys went down with an injury, like we have with Thornburg and Henderson, then it can be weakened if you don't make sure you have replacements.
Doug, when you this may not be fair with 2 outs here, we'll try to sneak this one in, but when you start to call up players from AAA pitchers, especially relievers like Figueroa, do you guys have a plan in AAA or in the minor leagues to limit their innings so they are available in a different way in the big leagues, or do they pitch in the regular flow of how that season is going down there?
Well, we try, like Michael Fires as an example, was a starter, came up here, was in the bullpen, only pitched 3 innings in over 2 weeks. So, and then he got in 3 innings the other day in the extra inning game and pitched very well. And now he's back down. You're going to get him back starting. So we take each individual and look at them. Figueroa came up here. I just saw him. I saw the Nashville club for 4 days, and he pitched 2 of the 4 games. And he was up here pitching. So you look at that, and you sort of define their roles, and then sometimes their performance helps you define that role in that regard. But we've felt that Jimmy Nelson needs to stay starting for now. fires, goes back and starts, because if a starter goes down, those are the guys you need to go to. As you go on into the season, it's hard to put them in the bullpen, then to stretch them back out. We've been very fortunate. We've missed one start the entire year from our 5 starting pitchers, and that's so we've been healthy as a starting pitching, and that Rob Wooten waving to us there, but
well, there's a monitor out there by Fridays. These guys are checking it out. They know they're on television.
Oh, okay. He wanted me. I thought maybe he wanted to make sure I didn't miss his name here.
That's right.
There they are. Okay, hi guys.
So they're waving.
Yeah.
And then now we'll really freak them out. Now we'll wave.
Yeah, we'll wave back.
We'll wave back. Now they see the boss is here, and now they're like, wait. Runner takes off. Throw is right on the bag in time for the out. Lucroy cuts down Stubbs. Doug, can you stay another half inning?
Sure can.
Great. There they are. The strangest bunch in the ballpark. Brewers series presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Visiting with Brewers general manager Doug Melvin. Always great to catch up with Doug. And as the last inning ends, we move to the bottom of this frame. Jonathan Lucroy with a great throw. And what an all-star season he's having. Just your thoughts. You've seen him obviously since you drafted him and turn into this star in the major leagues that he is. What do you think?
Well, that's what's great about young players, and we said we have to embrace our young players. Is Jonathan's gotten better each year. He hasn't stopped trying to get better as a player. He hasn't stopped trying to improve his game. He comes to the park every day and just prepares the game. You can see he's grown in the development with the help of Rick Kranitz as a pitching coach, and going over hitters and getting comfortable with his pitching staff. And he's a lot more comfortable now than he was a year or two ago, or a couple of years ago. And that just comes with development and with age and with experience and being comfortable. But as a hitter, he's the guy that you really like up there in clutch situations, because he stays inside the ball. He doesn't strike out a whole lot. Puts the ball in play with authority, and he doesn't try to do too much as a hitter. You know, some hitters get out of sync, and I heard the other day, I didn't see the game here, the extra inning game, but I heard we had some bad at bats and out of sync. But Luke that doesn't happen to Lucroy very often. Not very often will he go and have a lot of consecutive 8 to 10 bad at bats. He seems to correct himself and stays within himself.
Yeah, when you think about defense, and we talked about it, I mean, up the middle, you have to be happy with what you have, not only now, but going forward. Scooter Gennett has been an incredible surprise. I think everybody figured he was going to be able to hit at some point, but he has really, burst onto the scene. I mean, he's really swinging a bat as well as anybody right now. But, his defense has really opened up some eyes, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's been a good defender, and he still will work on. There's parts of his game that he'll continue to work at. But somebody said he had the highest slugging average of all second basemen in baseball, and you wouldn't think that from a guy named Scooter, but he does, and then I think the other part, I think Ricky Weeks playing the way that Ricky has, and I got to say that Ricky has, maybe would like to play more, but Ricky said, I'm going to just shut up and play, and when I get the opportunity, and I think Scooter's not a real big guy in the grind of a baseball season. I think they complement each other very well. At this point, they're both having nice years.
And again, I think Ron Reddick's used them in situations where they're going to be successful. Lefties, Scooter's
Right.
not being forced to face tough lefties. That's Ricky's job. So their success is because of the platoon.
Right.
And their failure is not because they are in a platoon.
Right. And they both go out there. They work hard at their game. And I think they both understand it. I always worried the players understand the situations. Every player wants to play as much as they can, I think. I hope that's the kind of players you have. And but sometimes it is best that they understand it, they accept the fact, they'll go out there and they play the game hard, and that position at second base. But I'm looking at just coming off of the players that were picked for the futures game at the All-Star game, and we have 3 players in tonight's game: Jonathan LaCroix, Wily Peralta, and Chris Davis. None of those 3 players ever played in a futures game. At an All-Star game, and I hear people, you talk to publications, who's a prospect, who's a future, and all that, but they've performed well enough, and they've become very good big league players, and that. So sometimes you look at that, and you hear that we don't have a good farm system or whatever. I got to give a lot of credit to our farm system, to our scouting. You miss on a first-round pick, yes, but we got Chris Davis and Scooter Gennett later on in that draft.
Right.
And that's so they've done a great job in preparing players for the big leagues, and we have to embrace young players, but you just don't know about players a lot of times until they totally develop and they get to a certain stage, and players develop differently. There's some players at 21 or 22 you think totally developed, and I've seen them out of the game at age 26 or 27. And then Carlos Gomez, who developed at the top of his game at age 26 or 27.
There's Braun going to the opposite field. So with 2 strikes, an 0-2 pitch to Braun. He shoots one to right. And Ryan aboard for the second time. Weeks is 2 for 2. Now Braun with a walk and a single. How do you think Ryan Braun's going along this season? The injuries, the thumb, was on the DL with the oblique. What have you seen out of him, especially, I guess, since he's been in that 2 spot in the order? Yeah, I think Ryan's will end up with a good year at the end. I think in spot in the number 2 slot is a little bit different. You saw him go the other way there with that hit. So, he's going to be fine. I think that's the one thing about our lineup is that we have a deep enough lineup that if someone goes through a little period of time where they maybe have a 4 for 20, somebody else picks them up. And that's the one good thing about having a deep lineup. But Ryan's fine. Made the adjustment to right field. He did something that was good for the team. He moves to right field. Without that, Chris Davis doesn't get that opportunity. So it's been a fun year so far. We just have to keep it going, and the main thing is keeping our guys healthy for the rest of the year. I think if we're healthy, we're going to be right in this thing, and I'm hoping that we stay on top.
We're visiting with Doug Melvin. The ball gets away, and no throw anywhere for Rosario. Both Weeks and Braun advance, and that's significant with nobody out. Second and third with Lucroy at the plate, the best hitter the Brewers have with runners in scoring position, and now he has a couple of them out there.
Yeah, Doug, your base running very aggressive. It has been all season long, and sometimes it works out like it did right there. Now that's a tougher play for Ryan Braun to make sure that Ricky is actually going to go all the way to third base, because that ball didn't get too far away from Rosario, but aggressive base running, aggressive coaching at third. It seems to be something that you guys have been doing a pretty good job at.
Well, that's Ron's style of managing. He, that's his blueprint. When he came in here as a manager, he wanted us to be aggressive. We know there'll be mistakes made when you're overly aggressive, but in the end, he feels that it pays off more on the positive side, which I believe in. And it goes with all parts of your game, offensively too. Pitchers, you always heard about pitchers stay aggressive. Go after hitters. Don't go out there and play around with guys. And that's just Ron's style. And I think that the organization has adopted that because he's given them the strong message that that's what he expects. and they've taken the message to heart, and that's the way we play. And the Reed Nichols knows that at the minor league side too, to have all our teams play that way.
Infield is in for the Rockies. Lucroy, a swing and a miss. And a big scoring chance here for the Brewers. Scored 3 in the first. Weeks hit a leadoff homer, and then ARAMIS Ramirez with a 2-run, 2-out home run. And now a chance to add to it after Friedrich retired the side in order in the second inning. Spending a few minutes here with Doug Melvin, Brewers general manager. Got Weeks at third, Braun at second. And Lucroy lines it to third, to the bag for an out. Whoa, bad break there. Infield end, right at Wheeler, made the catch and then got to the bag before Weeks for the double play.
Man, just one of those things. I mean, Ricky Weeks caught no man's land right here. He froze and tried to get back. There's nothing he can do about that. That was a bullet off the bat of Lucroy and a curveball. Nice play by Wheeler to double him off. I mean, Ricky did what he had to do. He just wasn't able to get back in time.
Tough break for Lucroy. Could have just as easily driven in a couple of runs. Instead, it's the second out, and here's Gomez now with Braun at second. Before this inning gets away from us, Doug, thoughts about trades? You're moving into the trade deadline at the end of July. How do you approach the trading season this time of year? You've kind of set it up because you have made the big deals. CC Sabathia, you've made big deals for Zach Greinke in the offseason. So where are you right now with that, and as you look forward to the trade deadline?
Yeah, I've been on both ends of those. When we acquired CC, and then the year we had to trade Zach Greinke, and we tried to trade Carlos Lee in the middle of a deal. But this is more fun, looking out to try to acquire someone. But you know, there you get the initial phone calls. You got to be respectful of other teams too. You don't call them up and say, hey, you're out of the race, who do you have available? Because with the wild card, anything can happen. And he's not using your glove, is he, Bill?
my glove's hanging in the basement. That's not my glove.
But anyways, you know, with the trade, you know, you go out there and you play it by ear, and because teams can come back, you know, with the wild card now, teams can bounce back with one good week. And in Kansas City, 1 week people were writing them off, and the next week they won 10 in a row and they're a game and a half ahead, and then they lose 4 in a row. And that's happened to us too, and that's what we have to be careful with too, is make sure that losing streaks, you know, you keep them to a minimum.
Well, Doug, always great to catch up with you. Thanks for your time today.
Okay, great. Thank you.
General Manager Doug Melvin. Nice visit. Brewers come up empty in the third.
3-0 lead. We check in with our Felco All-Star update. The Brewers, with a 48-32 record, have a number of potential All-Stars. Aramis Ramirez currently in first place. Jonathan Lucroy and Gene Segura both in second, and Carlos Gomez in third among the outfielders. Now we're up here in our Fox Sports Wisconsin suite, joined by 6 fans and their guests who are winners of our online ballot party held a week ago when the team was in Arizona. Now these fans have all done their part to vote Brewers. We certainly encourage you to continue to do so at home. The paper balloting has closed here at the ballparks, but you can still continue to vote online. Brewers.com. You have until July 3rd to do so and lock up some of these spots for some Brewers that are very deserving of All-Star nominations. Brian.
All right, thanks, Sophia. And remember, you can vote up to 25 times per email account. Brewers fans making their votes count in a big way as Morneau in the air to center field. Gomez broke back, now got to hustle in and cannot get there. That's going to be a base hit for Morneau.
Well, that's normally a ball that's got to be caught by somebody. Ricky gave up on that ball very quickly. Not to say that he would have been able to get there. Check it out. Ricky takes a couple of steps and then stops. But I doubt he's going to be able to get out that deep into center field. Gomez not able to get there. That's a rarity right there.
You don't see Gomez, the Gold Glove center fielder, make mistakes like that very often. Had a big swing and actually had a decent sound to it. It didn't sound like a broken bat. And he ends up with his second hit, Justin Morneau. So Peralta with a runner at first to start it. Brewers let an opportunity go by last inning. A bad break on a line drive by Lucroy, turning into a double play for Colorado. Just sitting there with runners at second and third and nobody out, and they come up empty.
And bad break, as you said, and just dumb luck.
And now TULOWITZKI into left center, a base hit. So neither of those balls hit all that well, but 2 hits to start the inning for the Rockies.
Well, able to stay back long enough on that breaking ball and able to dump it into the outfield. That pitch was up and out over the plate. TULOWITZKI able to hook it into left field. He's something else, that guy. He can hit.
Now you got to bear down with Corey Dickerson coming up. He's got the kind of power to tie this game up quickly with one swing of the bat. Dickerson's been getting a lot of playing time in left field with Carlos Gonzalez out, to the point where they're going to have to probably find a place for him the way he's swinging the bat. He has 31 runs batted in. So if you just take his at bats, he's got 181 plate appearances right now, but he's averaging a little over 5 RBIs per at bats, 5.16. That is good enough for 4th in the National League. So you got to work the numbers a little bit to see what he would, where he would be had he been playing all the time this year. And Peralta puts a fastball by him. It's quickly 0-2.
The problem is when Carlos Gonzalez comes back, he's going to be in left field, so you can't put Dickerson in center. He's not much of an outfielder. He's got pretty good wheels, but they say a little bit, I guess, average at best in the outfield. You don't want a guy like that out in center field. That's a guy that's got to cover a lot of ground,
especially at Coors Field.
Right.
Doesn't throw the ball that well either.
But you can hit like Dickerson. They're going to find a spot. Somebody's going to be out there in center.
0-2 the count.
That's a position at Coors Field that can wear you down quickly, being in center field. A lot of room to cover.
And the Rockies brought in Drew Stubbs to play center field. Peralta could use a strikeout here. Brewers are set up in their infield for a ground ball. Dickerson does run well. He's a tough guy to double up unless he hits it hard at someone. We saw him show great power to all fields in Colorado. Had an opposite field home run, driving the ball into the seats the opposite way, and then went deep on the pull side as well.
Yeah, that home run to right field at Coors Field was against Zach Duke on a breaking pitch. Hung right in there and golfed it out of there to right field. So he covers both sides pretty well.
There's a slider in the dirt. Good block by Lucroy. Keeps the runners at bay. You see Fox tracks. Peralta attacking Dickerson with high fastballs. That last slider in the dirt. See what he does with him here. 2 on, nobody out. And the 1-2 is lined into center field. Coming in Gomez, and they're going to hold Morneau. Gomez with a good arm, and the bases are loaded. Boy, this Dickerson kid can swing it.
Yeah, that's a high fastball in the upper 90s, 96 miles an hour. Able to get on top of it. Check it out. It's exactly where Lucroy wanted it, up in the zone. And look at the young man. He just tomahawks it into center field. And ball hit a little bit too hard to score Morneau from first base. Or I should say second base. Yeah, he's a hitter.
That's impressive.
No doubt.
There's not many guys in the league that turn on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball up there. So the bases are loaded, and Peralta in a big jam here. He's got a power hitter at the plate in Rosario, a free swinger who loves that first pitch. Got to be careful here. Started him with a slider. Rosario has grounded into 10 double plays this season. That leads the Rockies.
Yeah, Brewers are looking to turn a double play. They'll try and get 2 outs in exchange for a run. The ball goes to Ramirez. They might go to home and in first.
There's a fastball strike. 97. Peralta reaching back for a little extra.
Yep, right at the bottom of the strike zone. Good pitch.
Three singles to start the inning. Bit of a misplay on Morneau's single to center field by Gomez. Bases loaded, nobody out. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and down he goes. Peralta strikes him out with a slider.
Yep, 3 pitches, 2 sliders and a fastball. Now get your ground ball. Get out of this mess. You see the tight rotation on the slider, perfectly located off the corner and down in the strike zone, and Rosario waves at it.
You see the ground ball fly ball ratio this year. It's a good number for Peralta. A power sinker in the mid 90s. Here's Ryan Wheeler. Wheeler singled to right his last time up. Colorado has 6 hits against Peralta tonight. 3 in a row to start this inning. And Willie wants to chat. Wheeler, a part-time player, trying to hold the fort down at third base until Arenado comes back. They've used Josh Rutledge over there a little bit. Charlie Culberson has played third. But their star third baseman is probably within a week from returning. Bouncing ball foul. 1 ball, 1 strike on Wheeler.
Yeah, throw that slider in this situation. You got to make sure you get it down, back foot it to that left-handed hitter. You want to pound him with that sinking fastball down in the strike zone and get your ground ball. Get out of this mess. He's got him set up for it.
He didn't chase the sinking fastball away, and it's 2 balls and a strike. That's such a big pitch in a count. Changes a lot. That 1-1 pitch.
It changes the aggressiveness of the hitter completely. 2-1. He's got the count in his favor. 1-2 pitcher.
The 2-1 pitch, and that ball's driven deep. That's going to go. This is going to be a grand slam for Wheeler, and just like that, the Rockies are on top.
Well, what a momentum swing that line drive was that Lucroy hit. Boy, that ball gets down the line. It's 5-0 as it stands. Peralta hangs a slider, and Wheeler knocks one out of here, and they have the lead. That breaking pitch didn't do anything, just stayed right down the middle of the plate, and he had a good swing at it. And that's what you had the fear of. You hang that slider, and that's right into the wheelhouse of some of these left-handed batters. And the part-time player able to hit the grand slam.
First career grand slam for Wheeler. Peralta comes high and tight, which draws a look from DJ LeMahieu. And now Rick Kranitz is on his way to the mound.
This is where you got to be in control of your emotions, and that's exactly what Rick Kranitz is talking about. Forget about it. You got to get 2 outs. Let your offense get back and going for you, and they'll score you some runs. And that's the improvement that he has made over the years. Not looking back, looking forward. That's what he has to do now.
Ryan Wheeler, a grand slam, has the Rockies on top 4-3 as we play in the 4th. DJ LeMahieu, who grounded out in the 2nd inning, his first time up against Peralta. Got the pitcher coming up next. And a bouncer through, a base hit. The 5th hit in the inning for Colorado. LeMahieu keeps it going, and now that'll give the pitcher Friedrich a chance to get a bunt down here with 1 away.
Yeah, another breaking pitch that Willie left up in the strike zone.
Wheeler with his first slam of his career, and it gives his team the lead. Peralta rolling along through the first 3 innings. But it can disappear quickly. And we talked about this Colorado lineup. They have that quick strike ability.
And 1/3 of their hitters are on a disabled list. That's still a very formidable offense. You got to be careful. You make mistakes. That's what happens. Willie's made some mistakes with his breaking pitch in this inning.
Friedrich squares, and he takes a strike.
All started by that misjudged fly ball in the center field.
Yeah, Gomez broke back on a Morneau fly ball and could not get there to make the play. Tulowitzki then singled. Dickerson had a 2-strike base hit back up the middle, and then after a strikeout to Rosario, Wheeler goes deep. 1-2 on Friedrich. Not an easy guy to bunt against, Willie Peralta.
It's just wild enough to keep you a little unsure as you square around.
Hasn't successfully dropped one down in the big leagues since 2012. He didn't pitch in the major leagues last year. He had some back problems that he was coming back from. 1-2, and he bunts right through it. So that'll be a strikeout for Peralta. his 5th, and 2 outs in the inning. We go back to the top of the order now.
And that brings us to tonight's Tavern of the Game winner, Lur's Cozy Corner in Rhinelander. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game. It's offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Now Peralta back to the top of the order. Here's Charlie Blackmon. He's the 8th batter in this inning. Rockies have taken the lead here on a grand slam by Wheeler. Peralta just trying to get through this 4th inning. Good fastball in there for a strike. 1-1 the count. Now the Brewers open play today with a 4.5 game lead over the Cardinals. St. Louis is in Los Angeles tonight. Wainwright against Beckett. What a pitching matchup. Cardinals starting a series over the weekend against the surging Dodgers. Los Angeles now within 3 games of the first place Giants. There goes the runner. Lucroy on a short hop. The throw to second is late. Tough pitch for Lucroy to make a play on, as it bounced in there and the throw was high. LeMahieu in with a stolen base.
Yeah, the Rockies have been very aggressive in stolen base attempts. They ran a lot in Colorado. Yeah, taking liberties against the Brewers pitching staff. A perfect throw and LeMahieu's out, but it was a bit high. A stolen base of the year for the Rockies second baseman.
Two and one to count. Chased one. 2-2 on Charlie Blackmon. Well, the Brewers have scored a lot of runs against Colorado this year. They've got a young pitcher on the mound. Still plenty of ball game left. Peralta needing to get through this 4th with no further damage.
Getting some pretty good swings with that high fastball. That last one at 93. Left-handers usually don't like it up there. They like it down in the strike zone, but we saw Dickerson tomahawk one, and Charlie Blackmon had a pretty good swing at that one.
.30 pitches in the inning for Peralta. Runner takes off and a swing and a miss. Blackmon strikes out, but big damage done. One swing of the bat. Ryan Wheeler, a grand slam.
just chose their #2 draft pick as Jabari Parker. And everyone here is so excited. There's so much enthusiasm. And everyone's excited about the future where the Bucs is going with this young nucleus of talent.
We're confident that Jabari Parker is going to be a great addition to the Bucs, and we can't wait to see what the season has to hold. Back to you, Brian and Bill.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we forgot to ask Doug Melvin about Jabari Parker. He had some analysis for us before we came on the air. Great pick for the Bucs. We wish him the best. Chicago native Jabari Parker, 1 year at Duke.
Yeah,
he is a star. Hopefully he'll be that in the NBA. All right, the Brewers find themselves down a run as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. RAMIREZ with a 2-run home run in the first. Friedrich left one in. Our Southwest Airlines non-stoppable play. That came with 2 outs, gave the Brewers a 3-0 lead. And Ramirez lines one to left field. Over to cut it off is Dickerson. ARAMIS stays hot. He's 2 for 2 tonight. Dayoff did hit some good yesterday.
Yeah, fastball in, turned on it once again. Yeah, Friedrich has changed his pattern considerably being here in Milwaukee after the first inning. He's been throwing a lot of curveballs. Most of his strikeouts have come on the breaking pitch, the curveball tonight. It's been fastball, curveball, changeup for Friedrich.
I would imagine Peralta burning up in that dugout, giving up the grand slam to Ryan Wheeler. Kind of had things going the way he wanted to tonight. We'll see if the Brewers can get some runs back quickly here against Friedrich. Chris Davis, a strikeout victim in the first, but he did homer yesterday. Davis had a couple of hits in yesterday's game. He was 2 for 4 with 3 runs batted in, hit a long home run against Strasburg. He now leads the club in homers. Davis with 14. And since May 19th, no one in the National League has more home runs or RBIs than Chris Davis.
Yeah, and a lot of them come to right field. That's one of the reasons why he's been so successful, not trying to pull everything. That home run yesterday came on the first pitch. First pitch fastball from Strasburg.
So you take the last 5 weeks, he has 10 home runs, 29 runs batted in. Best marks in the National League, and he'd love to put a couple of more on the board right here. Friedrich from the stretch, and Davis pulls one through, a base hit. Back-to-back hits, and the Brewers are back in business.
Yeah, same way they started the 3rd inning. He's just staying back so much better is Chris Davis. He's not, jumping at the baseball. Curveball, able to stay back long enough, able to get that one by TULOWITZKI and into left field. Shortening up that swing just a bit, just trying to make contact.
It's interesting to me how the shifting has changed a little bit. Rockies don't do a lot of dramatic overshifting, but remember earlier in the year teams were playing Davis to pull. And as you pointed out, he started to drive the ball the other way, so he has this significant sample size of opposite field hitting, and that skewed the shifts a little bit. He just banged one through the vacated hole at short.
Yeah, the major spray chart for Davis is going to be to pull, but lately if they do just a sample size of maybe the last 2 weeks, it's going to look a little bit different.
Mark Reynolds at the plate, a strikeout victim in the second. He was in the middle of that stretch for Friedrich of 4 consecutive Ks. Reynolds was 1 for 2 yesterday. He walked twice. Part of that 9-2 Milwaukee win over Washington. Oh, high and tight. Look out. He's on the Powerball home run leaderboard. Davis overtook him yesterday with a home run. Reynolds there with 13. You got Gomez with 12. And then Ramirez. Ryan Braun has 10. 5 players in double digits in home runs. Reynolds had a couple of hits against Friedrich last Saturday. He drove in a couple of runs as well. Brewers trying to get him right back. 2 on, nobody out. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Reynolds, and a bouncer foul. That big curveball.
He's been throwing a lot of them tonight, hadn't he? Didn't throw hardly any in Colorado. Of course, that's not a place to be throwing big curveballs. Well, here in Milwaukee, a lot different.
Well, we'll see what he has in mind here. Another 1-2 pitch. And Reynolds strikes out. But a fastball by him that time. The first out of the inning. And here comes a key at bat here with Gene Segura.
That pitch out of the strike zone, and Reynolds chases it. A fastball at 91 miles an hour. Looked like been pretty close. I guess too close to take with 2 strikes.
Well, Friedrich knows he's got the pitcher on deck, so this becomes the way out of the inning if he can retire Segura, most likely. Well, this is a spot where an 8th place hitter has to step up in a big way. 2 on, 1 out. And a fastball strike put it in the same spot. Peralta next. Friedrich struck out Segura his last time up. Has 7 Ks already tonight. Ramirez hobbled by a hamstring injury, not running well at second base. Two and one.
Throwing the baseball pretty well, except for that first inning. But if you look back in his start against the Brewers back in Denver, he didn't throw the ball all that poorly there. I mean, we talked about the 4 errors, the wild pitch that scored 3 runs. 9 runs, but only 4 of them earned. He's got a terrific curveball working tonight.
Well, let's see if he uses it in a 2-1 count. Segura swings into left field, coming in Dickerson. He'll make the catch for the out. It's another line drive out. You talked about all those breaks the Brewers got in Colorado. It's been just the opposite here in this game so far.
Yeah, tonight. A couple of line drives that would have scored runs, but they've turned into outs. It's the way it goes. You're not going to get all the breaks all the time.
That was a huge play last inning with the Lucroy liner turned into the double play, and then Gomez struck out to end the inning. And then Wheeler hits a grand slam the very next frame. So here is Peralta. Peralta does have 2 hits this year. He's driven in 2 runs. Knocked both of those runs in his victory over Cincinnati in early May in 8 innings. Pitched a great game and had a terrific day at the plate in that one. Drops another curveball in there. 0-2 the count on Willie. Friedrich a strike away from getting out of this inning after surrendering back-to-back hits to start it. Ramirez still at second, Davis at first, and Peralta takes ball one.
3 off-speed pitch to Peralta. Turn around, you see that 0.069 batting average, and Friedrich's not willing to throw him a fastball.
There's another one, and it's 2-2. It's an 0.69 average, Rock, but that, you got to admit, that's a hard 0.69 average.
You're right. You're right. 0.69 though.
Yes, it is. On the bingo board. I mean, you got to be looking for a fastball here, huh?
He has been since he's got in that batter's box.
4 straight curveballs to Wily Peralta.
I don't know many pitchers go up there looking for hooks.
We'll see what he gets. 2 on, 2 out, the 2-2, and he got a hook and he strikes out. 5 curveballs to Peralta. Friedrich is out of the inning.
Rockies series on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Back at Miller Park, we head to the top of the 5th. The Brewers trailing 4-3. And earlier today in our Crew in the Community, more than 250 volunteers from the Milwaukee Brewers, Next Door Foundation, Our Next Generation, organizers from Kaboom, and residents of the Milwaukee community joined forces to build a new playground at Our Next Generation. Brewers Community Foundation is a lead sponsor of the build, and it's the second playground built by BCF and Kaboom. Ron Renicky, Chris Davis, Yoani Gallardo, Will Smith, and Marcus Hanel were among those from the Brewers helping to build the playground, and by all accounts, it was a great day.
It's a really cool experience for them, a new playground going up. Brewers are proud to be a part of that. We are through 4 here at Miller Park. Been a bit of a grinder so far, as the Brewers and the Rockies are used to these kind of games. Got a little Coors Field feel to this one here at Miller Park. So Peralta back at it, starts his 5th inning. Drew Stubbs will lead off. He's got the tough part of the order coming up.
14 hits already on the board. 7 runs combined. 2 pretty good offenses. Top 2 in the National League. Batting average, hits, runs. This is what you would expect.
Stubbs in the hole. Segura, long throw, and it is in time. What a play that was. Got one of the fastest runners in the National League in Drew Stubbs, and Segura cuts him down with a big league arm.
Well, catches it on the backhand, and already had his back foot planted. Check it out. He knew he had to be quick. Got rid of it right on the money and something on it. And Segura, that's another tremendous play. Not able to take a crow hop. He got himself in position to throw before he even had the ball in his glove. And a good call over there at first base by Dale Scott.
What a play by Segura. He made a ton of plays defensively on that hard infield at Coors Field last weekend. As Morneau into right field, Braun is there, and it's the Rockies who line out this time. And the second out gives us a chance to remind you to tweet your photo using hashtag WisFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming broadcast. It's all brought to you by AT&T.
I was thinking about tweeting a photo that I took over at the Regency New Berlin today. I was over there giving a talk to the folks over there. Had a good time.
Nice. How'd that go over?
Right by the house. Nice. About 50 people.
Did you make them laugh and make them cry with all of your A material?
You know, I don't do that. Give it to them straight.
Throw a little trivia at them.
I do a couple of jokes at them. At my own expense, of course.
Of course.
You know, one of the biggest topics, you know, I had the question and answer session. You know, senior citizens over there. Who do you think they were most curious about?
I'd say Bob Uecker.
Hank the dog.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. A ton of questions about Hank.
The old ballpark pup.
Yeah. So hello to everybody over at the Regency. Had a good time with you all today.
Peralta in a 1-1 count on Tulowitzki, and he misses down and in. We didn't get a chance to see Hank at the ballpark the other day. That was Tuesday he was here.
I told everybody over there that Hank's taking kind of a back seat to the team that's in first place.
If only Hank knew that, though.
Think he's feeling bad?
I think he's feeling a little. No, I think he's getting a lot of attention. He's been making appearances outside Miller Park.
Yeah.
He's happy to be right where he is.
Yes, he is.
I think coming to the ballpark is only a bonus for Hank. There's the strike. 3-2. Threw him a 3-1 slider. Peralta could use a quick inning after a 30-plus pitch inning in the fourth. He's sitting at 85 right now. And the payoff, and it's down low. Tulowitzki draws the walk. Peralta just has not been able to finish off innings. The first 3 innings, he gave up 2 out hits.
It's not an easy lineup to get through. It really isn't. I mean, you get Stubbs and Morneau. You have to pitch carefully to Tulowitzki, and then you have to deal with this guy, this young kid, Corey Dickerson, who's hotter than anybody in the lineup. They don't have a 282 batting average as a team for nothing. They can hit.
Dickerson turned around a 96-mile-an-hour fastball at the letters, slapped it into center field, a base hit. The 3rd straight hit in the inning last inning. They ended up with 5, and the big blow, the grand slam by Wheeler. That put the Rockies on top with 1 swing of the bat. Brewers scored all 3 of their runs in the first. Dickerson has had so much success since playing every day in the absence of a couple of key outfield bats for the Rockies that the Rockies and their fans have started a bit of a campaign for him as a potential all-star. They have the hashtag Right in Dickerson campaign going.
Going to be tough to put him into the outfield. Of course, you know Tulowitzki's going to be there. He's going to start at short.
Gomez has the 3rd spot among National League outfielders, passing Giancarlo Stanton at the last release of the voting. Still Andrew McCutchen and Yasiel Puig in the starting outfield with Gomez right now. 2-0. Ball 3. Dickerson has the Brewers' attention. I can guarantee you that. 8 hits in 3 games in Colorado. swinging away 3-0, and he hits a soft liner to Segura. A couple of line drive outs by the Rockies. Inning is over. Bottom of the 5th coming up. Top of the order. Ricky Weeks homered to start this game. We'll back when we continue from Miller Park. Ryan Wheeler in the 4th inning that answered a 3-run Brewer first. Jimmy John's freaky fast delivery of the game. How about Ricky Weeks? First pitch he saw tonight. Solo home run for Weeks, his 26th career leadoff home run. Gave the Brewers the early lead this evening. And it'll be the top of the order coming up against Friedrich, Weeks, Braun, and Lucroy to start it for Milwaukee.
Well, there's only been one 3-up, 3-down inning for either team. That was the Brewers' 2nd inning. A lot of offense, picking up right where they left off at Coors Field.
Weeks with a single his last time up. He's 2 for 2 against Christian Friedrich tonight. Playing the bottom of the 5th. The Rockies have out hit the Brewers 8-6. Brewers have committed an error tonight. That was on Chris Davis in the 1st inning. A lot of curveballs tonight from Friedrich. He's had a good one going. Down and away, 2 balls, no strikes. Brewers got a little thinned in their ranks today. The San Diego Padres claimed Irving Falou off waivers. So Falou is headed to San Diego. We saw a little bit of Falou earlier this season. Solid utility guy. Brewers have been rotating their utility men. Jeff Bianchi was here. Falou spent some time in the big leagues. Right now it's Elian Herrera.
He's doing a great job swinging the bat well, getting hits. Almost hit a home run to win that extra inning game for the Brewers a couple of nights ago.
That was close. Weeks bangs one past third. That's fair. Gets off the glove of Wheeler. And this will be extra bases for Ricky Weeks. He's 3 for 3 tonight. He's a triple away from the cycle. And more importantly, the tying run at second base to start this 5th inning.
Yep, the Brewers have had their leadoff hitter on in every inning but the 2nd. There's that curveball. Brewers are starting to get a little better look at that pitch at this point. Chris Davis got a base hit on the curveball. Ricky Weeks able to wait back and get a double down the line off against the tarp and a leadoff double. So the Brewers in business with the top of the order.
Well, after Scooter Gennett's big day yesterday, Weeks has responded with 3 hits of his own. And here comes Ryan Braun now. Braun has walked and singled. Was stranded at third back in the 3rd inning. He was on base when Ramirez went deep in the 1st. Braun tied with Gomez for the club lead in RBIs. Can take over that top spot with a base hit right here. Friedrich checking on Weeks and looks him back to the bag. Friedrich is an Illinois native. I'm sure he has a lot of friends and family here in the ballpark tonight. He's from Wilmette, Illinois. 26 years of age. Former first rounder by the Rockies. Back in the big leagues for the first time in a couple of years.
Yep, just missed just about the entire season last year with back problems. Made 16 starts for Colorado back in 2012.
Braun looking to do some damage here. 2-0, and a fastball lined into right. Up with it is Blackman, and they're going to hold Ricky Weeks. Blackman has the best arm of the 3. None of the Rockies outfielders have great throwing arms, minus Kadire and Gonzalez. So I think Ed Cedar sensing a big inning perhaps here.
Yeah, there's no way Ricky scores on that. That was a one-hop bullet out to Blackman and right, and Ricky would have been an easy out at home plate. Well, you don't test it, never make the first out at home plate.
It's going to bring Lucroy to the plate now.
Ryan Braun's got that right field stroke down right now. And a fastball up and away on a 2-0 pitch. Actually, the pitch was middle in. And able to shoot it into right field.
Jim Wright on his way to the mound. That is Rob Scahill loosening in the bullpen.
Scahill got called up when the Brewers were in town last weekend. And he's stalling for some time to get his right-hander ready.
Well, the Brewers are right where they want to be. Lucroy to be followed by Gomez, then Ramirez. All of the big run producers. With 2 on and nobody out. Last time up, Lucroy had runners at second and third, hit a line drive right at Wheeler, who made the catch, then went to the bag to double up Weeks.
Yeah, you might see Weeks a little bit closer to third base this time.
With runners in scoring position this year, Lucroy hitting .310. .306. The updated numbers after that line drive out his last time up. Nobody out. First and third. Weeks is the tying run, 90 feet away. Two 2-0. Friedrich falling behind the Brewer hitters in this inning. This is only the 18th big league start of Friedrich's career. After pitching in the minor leagues last year around that back injury. Had dreadful numbers in AAA earlier this season before his call-up. 2-0 the count. Outside, ball 3.
Pitch count at 81 for Friedrich. In danger here. You know, Lucroy is going to be able to get a good swing at it if he likes it. He'll have the green light.
Scahill continues to get loose. This could be Friedrich's last hitter. That's a strike right on the edge. Walks have been part of the problem for Friedrich coming through their system. Through the minor leagues, averaging a little over 3 walks per 9 innings. And it's not necessarily the walks that get you in trouble either, just getting behind in the count. Putting the hitter in the gravy position. Full count. He went with a breaking ball that time, and Lucroy missed it.
That slider, hadn't thrown too many of those tonight. So mixing in the slider along with the curveball.
Well, his go-to pitch so far today has been a curveball. Three balls, 2 strikes on Lucroy. First and third. And a check on Braun. This might be a spot you'd see Braun take off.
A good opportunity to take off. Lucroy doesn't strike out much, although he has one tonight. Just don't get picked off.
He stays put. 3-2 pitch is fouled back.
Back to the slider.
Lucroy is 3rd in the National League hardest to fan. Only strikes out about every 9.5 plate appearances. So then it becomes the balance between lining into a double play or bouncing into a double play. Where are the odds?
Yep, and Braun was not running on the pitch.
Full count. Brewers need a big hit. Down a run. And Lucroy had a good cut. Fouls it back.
He's got a unique ability to stay alive in an account, doesn't he? He just drives the pitcher crazy with all the foul balls. He takes close pitches off the plate. And this will be an 8-pitch at bat, an 8-pitch at bat here.
Pitch count driving up for Friedrich. Scahill's ready in the bullpen. And we will do it again here. Another payoff pitch from Friedrich. And Lucroy shoots it foul. Starting to size him up. He's a little ahead of the breaking ball and a little late on the fastball.
It's always that approach, you know, covering outside, reacting inside, and Troy's always been good in these situations.
Pitch number 9 coming. And Lucroy center field. Did he get it? Back is Stubbs. Still going back and reaches up. He can't make the catch. Weeks is in. Braun only to second as Lucroy, one of the longest singles you'll ever see. Stubbs was almost there to make that play.
Well, probably should have had it, but what an at bat by Jonathan Lucroy. It's going to be a 9-pitch at bat. Lucroy got the count in his favor, 3-0, able to take a curveball there. They got the 3-0, and then the battle was on between he and FRIEDRICH. Fouled off a couple of pitches. There's that slider making it 3-2. Then the battle continues. A couple of foul balls, and then FRIEDRICH finally comes in with a fastball right after the line drive foul and nearly hits one out of here. So Lucroy saw everything he had. Stubbs probably should have had that one. He a little bit too far from the wall. He had a little bit of room to go. Had he gone back to the wall, would have had it.
The game is tied. Lucroy drives him in. 4-4, nobody out. Still 2 men on base and a pitching change. The center field, a 400-foot single. Brings in Ricky Weeks. As promised earlier in the broadcast, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. It's Ashley. It's Tank and Mrs. Tank hanging out at Miller Park. So we appreciate that, Ashley. It's all brought to you by AT&T. Don't forget to use that hashtag #WisFanPhoto. Rob Scahill will enter the game. Nobody out. Runners at first and second for the Brewers, and a run in as we are tied at 4.
Yeah. Perfect inning in 2/3 for Scahill against the Brewers. That was his season debut. That came back on June 22nd. And down in the minor leagues, he had 30 strikeouts and 34 in the 3rd innings and a 1-run record out of the bullpen.
Well, the Rockies took the lead with 4 in the 4th. Brewers tie it up here in the bottom of the 5th after a 3-run first inning. And now it'll be Gomez. He's got Braun at second, Lucroy at first. Gomez is one of the best in the league with runners in scoring position coming into play tonight. He's second behind Casey McGee of the Marlins, the former Brewer.
Another thing to look at on that Lucroy base hit, the fact that Ryan Braun was tagging up at first base. Now a lot of guys are going to hit that ball to center and not even look at first base and just round the bag as the ball is caught or off the wall. Had he done that, he would have been out for passing Braun. But so good heads up base running by Lucroy.
And you hate even saying it this way, but Lucroy, he doesn't stand or jog and admire what could be a home run. That was close to the wall. If he's doing that, not paying attention.
Right.
I mean, that happens all the time.
They can't even bump into each other. Got to believe Garth Orge was on the alert on that play.
Well, Lucroy keeping an eye on Braun, the base runner ahead of him. Gomez trying to get them both on the move. And he pops it up. That'll be TULOWITZKI to make that call. Infield fly rule. Automatic out. Gomez retired. He's 0 for 3 tonight. And that'll bring up RAMIREZ. Ramirez 2 for 2 tonight. which means he is now 10 for 15 against the Rockies this year in 4 games. 10 hits, 15 at-bats, 3 homers, and 8 runs batted in.
And they continue to give him fastballs to hit.
See what Scahill has in mind for him. When Ramirez is hot, and we've seen it over the last few years, we certainly saw it a lot in Chicago. When he's dialed in, he'll carry a ball club for a while. I mean, he is the kind of guy that'll stay in a hot streak for a significant number of games. Very streaky at the plate. First strike he sees, he's usually going after it when he's in a spot like this. And he thought he saw a strike. Got a breaking ball and waves and misses.
Yeah, cutter. He's got a cutter, a four-seamer, and a slider. The slider was what got Gomez.
Lucroy with a long single right off the glove of Stubbs, who almost made a leaping catch up against a wall. To tie this one up, Ramirez takes a ball. 2-1 the count. Aramis is now hitting .297. Has 11 home runs, 40 driven in. Ooh, another big breaking ball.
That was a nice slider right there. It took a lot off of that pitch. Only 79 miles an hour. Wow. Almost stops in midair when it got to home plate and then just dropped. That's a good pitch.
Probably has a few orthopedic surgeons sending their business card to the Rockies clubhouse.
Yeah.
Those are the elbow busters. Well, he threw it 2-1. Now he's in a 2-2 count on Ramirez. 2 on, 1 away. And Aramis able to lay off. So he went right back to it. Full count.
Well, you probably won't see the runners moving here. Ramirez, will strike out. He always risks that strike him out, throw him out, and end the inning. Got a pretty hot hitter on deck.
Rosario going through the signs. Payoff pitch coming with 2 on. And Ramirez takes. That is a great at bat. Ramirez draws the walk, and I'm sure when that left Scahill's hand, he's thinking he's got a strikeout. Now the bases are loaded for Chris Davis.
Yeah, he really takes a lot off of that slider, doesn't he? I mean, he throws a fastball, he gets it up there at 95. That slider is at 79, 80 miles an hour.
You're just catching a hitter in a hot streak right now. He's seeing the ball well, and after he swung at a couple of those, Ramirez takes it.
Doesn't take long for these big league hitters to make adjustments. You see it a couple of times. You're not going to fool them all the time with it.
Well, now the Brewers can do some damage here. You got Chris Davis coming up, the club leader in home runs. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ooh, had a big cut yesterday. Chris Davis against Steven Strasburg. Look how far this one flies. A no doubter for home run number 14 for Davis. Since he was called back up to the big leagues last year in July, no Brewer has more homers than Chris Davis. Impressive home runs per at bat. He is a legitimate power threat, a guy who's going to hit 30 home runs in a season if he stays healthy and stays at this pace.
Yeah, the guy didn't have hardly any in April. All of this stuff has come lately.
1 ball, 1 strike. Down and in. 2-1 the count. Scahill delivers. Swing and a miss. 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
He's got about a 10-mile-an-hour difference in his fastball. I mean, he's throwing it at 89. He's got one up at 95. 7, 8 miles an hour anyway, maybe not 10, but he's really changing speeds on it quite a bit.
Well, now Scahill has Davis in a hole. Here comes a 2-2. Down and in. Rosario falls down.
I think he got crossed up. I can't imagine any other reason why he would have fallen down after a pitch. He's not throwing that hard.
No, he was falling. Did you see that?
He was falling before the pitch got the home plate. You're right. And a good save by Tripp Gibson behind there, a home plate umpire.
That makes a pitcher feel like he's throwing really hard, doesn't it? He knocked his catcher down. Full count, 1 out. Bases loaded in a tie game. And Davis drives one right center field. Back on it is Blackmon. He makes the catch. Coming in to score is Braun. Lucroy tags as well. And the Brewers have the lead on a shot by Davis. Sac fly and an RBI, and it's 5-4.
Nice at bat for Chris Davis. Wow. Well, he got the full count pitch, a fastball. Normally it's going to be a fastball that you would figure he's going to try and pull, but that's not the way he's been swinging the bat. Pulls the hands in and shoots it into right field. Well done. Good approach, good fundamentals, just getting the job done right there.
And look who the Brewers' RBI leader is right now. Chris Davis with 42 ribbies. Now Reynolds trying to add to it with 2 outs. First and third. 5-4 Brewers. You got Braun with 41 RBIs. Lucroy now has 40. Gomez 41. Ramirez with 40. What balance in this lineup.
Yep, up and down. Man, that's what it takes. I mean, to win games like the Brewers have been winning, it's not going to be the same 2 or 3 guys every night. Doug Melvin said up here a few innings ago, good balance. Offense up and down the lineup, good pitching, bullpen, starters, defense. That's why they've been in first place just about all year.
Sitting on a 4.5 game lead. Starting play today over the Cardinals. 1-2 on Reynolds. You got Lucroy at third. And Reynolds strikes out to end the inning. So Scahill strikes out Mark Reynolds, but the Brewers get a couple of runs and they now lead 5-4.
know. And in our Crew in the Community, the Brewers' wives have created baskets filled with their husbands' favorite things. The baskets are available now at www.brewers.com/wives during an online auction now through Sunday, June 29th. So each basket contains some of the players' favorite things and also includes an autographed item. Proceeds from these baskets will support the Salvation Army Feed the Kids summer lunch program. Brian?
All right, Sophia, thank you. And that wives basket online auction, some great items in there, including a VIP package from our broadcast team. Means we'll have you to a game and get on the field for BP and have a booth visit. Well, Wily Peralta will take the mound now with the lead again. Gave it up with 4 in the 4th. It's 5-4 Brewers after 2 runs in the 5th inning. Bottom of the order coming up. Pitch counted 90 for Peralta. Could be his final inning of work. His spot is due up second in the bottom of the 6th inning. So trying to get through the 6th. Rosario, Wheeler, and LeMahieu.
Brewers bullpen should be fairly fresh. I mean, Marco Estrada with a nice start yesterday. Pitched into the 7th inning. So Alfredo Figueroa in the ball game and Brandon Kinsler. Figueroa finished the game 2 innings. That really helped the bullpen out.
Well, you figure his spot has been passed at this point. Probably down today, but everybody else in good shape. That was the beauty of that win yesterday. Not only did you have a chance to rest your bullpen, you rested 3 of your main position players, run producers, and you still won.
Yep.
9-2.
Big.
Lucroy had the day off. Braun, Ramirez, and all have come back and had good games here tonight. I've always heard big league players say, position players say, a day off in the middle of a schedule is like getting 3 off. It's like getting 3 days off or an extended weekend. Not that they'd know what the real world is like. As Peralta walks Rosario.
They start your weekend early and head to Miller Park for a tailgating and a t-shirt. All fans at Miller Park tomorrow night. As the Brewers square off once again against the Colorado Rockies, we'll get a free Brewers t-shirt courtesy of Master Printwear. For tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com today. You know, that day off, it's you know, you get a day off when the team's playing, seems to help you out so much more than when it's a scheduled team day off. When you sit in the dugout, you kind of kick back, watch the game, and able to you know, collect your thoughts, take a breath, and it seems to help a lot more. And when you're able to do that with 3 of your big players and still come out with a win, what a bonus that is.
Oh, here is Ryan Wheeler, who had the big hit for the Rockies, producing all 4 of their runs, a grand slam in the 4th inning. He's 2 for 2 against Wily Peralta. Peralta has some command problems here to start this 6th inning. Walking the free swinging Rosario.
I doubt Wheeler's going to get a slider because this is what he did to a slider his last time up. Knocked it out of here with the bases loaded, giving the Rockies a 4-3 lead at the time.
And it was no cheapie. Went to the back wall of the bullpen. Foul territory. That'll slice in the seats. Colorado continues to chase these high fastballs. They're making more contact than any team I've seen this year against Peralta. A couple they turned around for hits. They're fouling off a number of them, though.
And making Willie work tonight. Approaching 100 pitches in the 6th inning.
And you know Renick's going to do all he can to get him through this inning. But it is just a 1-run lead. The 1-2 pitch. Strike called right down the heart. 95 with a fastball.
That was that comeback two-seam fastball. Yep. Well, you knew he wasn't going to get the slider again, that's for sure. And check out this pitch. Wants to come right back and catch plenty of home plate. Actually catching the edge. Can't give up on that pitch, that two-seamer.
Now 31 pitch, fourth inning. Pushing this pitch count to 100. So one out. DJ LeMahieu, the batter, had a single his last time up, and Peralta misses inside. The book on LeMahieu must be to pitch him in, because they have Brewers pitching, even in the series in Colorado, have been busting him inside.
You know, LeMahieu and Peralta had a little bit of a staring contest after LeMahieu's base hit. Remember, he dusted him back after the grand slam.
There's a bounce to short. Got a chance to turn it. Segura to Weeks. Throw to first in time. It goes 6-4-3. And Peralta, likely done, has the lead after 6. Baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. By the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. And by Miller Lite, now in the original can, it's Miller time. Beautiful night, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Summerfest in full force down there on the lakefront. And here at Miller Park, it is 5-4 Milwaukee. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Peralta comes back with a couple of scoreless innings after he gave up the grand slam. Just one bad pitch did him in here tonight, but he hung in there. His offense wrestled it back with 2 in the 5th. And he has the lead. And interesting that Peralta has a helmet on, so maybe he's not done tonight. Might see him go back out for a 7th inning. Yeah, Willie's heading out on to the on-deck circle. So you got 8, 9, and 1 coming up for Milwaukee. Segura will start it. Then the pitcher spot, and then Ricky Weeks.
Yeah, why not, right? Got the lead. Just because he's on the on-deck circle doesn't mean he's going to hit. Let's see what happens with Segura here. If Segura gets on, you leave him in there to drop down a bunt.
Scahill back on the mound. He has been one of the more effective pitchers the Brewers have seen from the Rockies in the 4 games they've matched up.
Throws that fastball, a number of different speeds. He's got the slider, and he's thrown a splitter here tonight. Don't remember that pitch back in Colorado. Of course, we saw so many pitches in Colorado. Don't remember most of them anyway.
Yeah, we you know, what did we see, about 250, 300 a night? Felt like some long games. The Brewers swept that series against the Rockies at Coors Field.
Of course, this one has a Coors Field pace to it.
It does.
Maybe it's not the ballpark. Maybe it's the fact that you have two of the best offensive teams in baseball going at it.
Maybe we were too hard on Coors Field.
I don't think so.
1 ball, 1 strike, and that's outside, ball 2.
Not hard on it, just a different brand of baseball. It's just, you know, runs are cheap there.
As Ron Renicky said, it'll make an old man out of a manager in a hurry. You never feel comfortable in that ballpark with any kind of lead unless it's double digits. Segura drops a bunt down foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the Brewers shortstop. 0 for 2 tonight. He lined out his last time up. Colorado had it rolling earlier this year when they had all their pieces. They had a great start going, and they lost 8 in a row. They lost some of their big guns, Carlos Gonzalez and then Kadire. Losing Arenado on May 23rd was the key loss for them. That's when things started to go south. They're playing about 10 to 12 under 500 since that time. They're 35 and 43 starting play today.
And they've lost 8 of the last 9 games. You know, it's they're in a bit of a tailspin right now, and they're playing some pretty good teams.
Got swept by the Dodgers in LA. The Brewers swept them at their place, and then they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Cardinals. That is a fair ball and an out. Tripp Gibson, the home plate umpire, jumped out there to get a good look at it, and Segura is out. It's a good play by Rosario to make sure that didn't bounce one more time.
It bounces behind home plate, but that doesn't matter. He's able to get it before it rolls foul, so that's a fair ball. Good call. Absolutely.
And you could see it was inside the line. On the fair side of the line. So that is going to make the decision easier for Renicky. Out is Peralta. So he'll be lifted for a pinch hitter. Here's Lyle Overbay.
Yeah, they were just going to see if Segura got on base. They wouldn't waste a pinch hitter to drop down a bunt.
Remember, the Brewers are playing with a 4-man bench with 8 relievers. So it will be Overbay. He's had a nice run as a pinch hitter this year. He's 5 for 11. Peralta exits after 6 innings and 4 earned runs, but he's got a chance to win yet again. Peralta has won 4 straight decisions. A win tonight for Willie would give him 9 victories. It would give him 5 in a row. The 9 wins would be good enough for 3rd in the National League.
Has a chance to pick up back-to-back wins against the best offensive team in the National League. That's pretty good.
Overbay hit a big home run against the Rockies in Colorado. That was the 9th inning of Sunday's game. Came with 2 strikes. Helped secure a sweep. There's a strike. 3-1. Cardinals and Dodgers are underway. That game is scoreless in the 2nd inning. Beckett against Wainwright. The Cubs are in the 9th inning against Washington now. Cubs lead 5-3, top 9. Cubs have their closer Rendon on the mound to finish it. Cincinnati plays tonight as well. They're in San Francisco. Giants and Reds scoreless after Lincecum's no-hitter. There has been a hit by the Reds tonight. And the Pirates beat the Mets earlier today to go back over 500. They beat New York 5-2. And Pittsburgh now 40-39. That's a look at the division. Everybody in the division in play tonight. And they'll ask if he went. He did not. CB Buckner palms down. Overbay draws a walk in a pinch hit appearance.
Hey, check out Scooter Gennett bobblehead day this Sunday. All fans in attendance as the Brewers play the Rockies at Miller Park. We'll get this collectible bobblehead of the Brewers second baseman courtesy of Wisconsin Army National Guard. For tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com. Scooter Gennett bobblehead day.
Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah.
Career day yesterday. His first career grand slam. Drove in a career best 5 RBIs. And his second base platoon mate Ricky Weeks is having a great night at the plate. Presented by Wendy's. 3 hits tonight. He's a triple away from the cycle. Weeks homered on the first pitch he saw tonight. First pitch that Friedrich threw of this game. Singled in the 3rd. He doubled in the 5th. Scahill came in to get the 3 outs last inning after Friedrich faced 3 batters to start the inning. Weeks' batting average up to .281 with the 3 hits tonight. He has raised it 18 points with his 3 hits.
It's been a nice combo, hasn't it? It's worked well.
Good block back there by Rosario. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Ron Rennicky much more comfortable having Ricky face right-handers than having Scooter Gennett face lefties. Rosario very sound behind home plate. Blocks the ball pretty well. He does have a pass ball tonight. And almost fell down when the pitch was on its way, but still a very solid defensive catcher.
He lost his balance. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Check on Overbay at first. No threat to steal a base. Just want to let him know they know he's there. And I'm sure Overbay appreciates that. Pitch count at 33 for Scahill. Brewers got 2 last inning to take the lead, 5-4. Count remains at 1-2. Where's the triple in this ballpark tonight for Ricky Weeks, Rock?
Center field, right field corner. Yeah, center field, you know those angles out there in center field. That's a good triples area. Right field corner is your best spot.
A Robin Yount design influence. Those angled walls in center. Now Weeks, little soft liner throw to first, not in time. LeMahieu made the catch, almost turned it into 2 outs.
Yeah, good swing by Weeks. Trying to go down and get it. Trying to slice away from LeMahieu, but good base running by Overbay. He's able to get back to first base to keep the inning alive for Ryan Braun.
Close. And I think Walt Weiss might challenge this one.
Well, at least give it a look anyway.
Well, if they do challenge it and it's overturned, it would end the inning and would leave Braun to lead off the next inning. So they're going to take a look at it here. Challenge has been issued by Walt Weiss. It's always a manager challenge prior to the 7th inning. So Dale Scott, the crew chief, and the calling umpire will put the headsets on. They'll look at this replay in New York, and let's see here. Man, that's close.
Yeah, could go either way. Who knows? Depends on the angle that they have. I mean, there it looked like they could call him out. Depends on the angle that you see. Glove, foot on the bag.
Now remember, the call on the field is important here because he was called safe. That means there has to be clear and conclusive evidence to overturn it. I believe that's the language from our tour.
Clear and convincing.
That's it. Clear and convincing evidence.
And your guess is as good as mine. I don't even venture a guess here. It's so close.
Back in New York, they have stations for the umpires who have been assigned to this game, watching this game and looking at these replays. And oftentimes they have a technician run the replays back before there's even a challenge. So the longer it takes, that means they're searching angles, and
this gives you a sense on how difficult the job of that umpire is when all he gets to see it is in regular speed. Has to make a call one way or another. And a call like this, I mean, you got to be breaking it down frame by frame, and they don't get to do that.
You know, they've been looking at the big scoreboard here. The Brewers have a beautiful high definition video wall at Miller Park, and they just showed 3 replays and still can't tell.
I mean, if it takes this long, I guess, you know, it's not clear and convincing. Can it be clear and convincing at this point in any way? I mean, if it takes this long?
I don't think so.
No, it can't.
Unless they find an angle that
you would think that if it's clear and convincing, it's got to be obvious right away.
it's out of the field umpire's hands at this point. They're waiting on a response and safe. So Dale Scott got the call right according to the replay umpires.
Lyle and Eddie Cedar having a good time together.
It's like thumbs up. I didn't get doubled off. And the call stands. It means Walt Weiss is out of challenges. And more importantly for the Brewers, that brings up Ryan Braun here with a runner at first.
And the pitcher, because it took so long, get some warm-up throws.
Unless you're Will Smith, then you get nothing and like it
right
in Atlanta. Well, we'll see if Braun can do some damage now. Looking for a quick strike with 2 outs. 5-4 Brewers. We're in the bottom of the 6th already. You got Overbay at first.
That's a big call. Now you have Ryan Braun up. I mean, one swing of the back and put 2 runs on the board. So you don't blame Walt Weiss for trying. I'd have done the same.
And you get into the 7th inning. You're counting on, plays that need to be looked at. The umpires, the crew chief has the discretion after the 7th, and you count on them to do that if there's a play that is in question. Oh, and 2 the count. Braun with 2 hits tonight and a walk. He scored twice. He swings and drives one to right field. Blackman at the wall makes the catch. Just missed it, didn't he? Inning over. Brewers still lead 5-4. We are through 6.
Let's check out tonight's carsoup.com email the booth question. Prior to yesterday, who was the last Brewers leadoff hitter to drive in 5 runs in a game? Scooter Gennett yesterday, 5 RBIs, including a grand slam home run.
That's a good question. I feel like that was a big name. Was that a big name? Do you know the answer?
I don't. Nope.
Well, it's going to be Rob Wood now as we go to the 7th inning. 29th appearance of the season.
Yeah, pitched on Tuesday against the Nationals and tossed a 3-up, 3-down 7th inning. That included 2 strikeouts. Well, that earned run average really because, 4.38 because 1 outing, did not retire a batter against the Reds here at home and gave up 5 runs. Take that away and he's having a pretty good season.
And good for him that he came back quickly after that outing and has pitched well since. So it didn't rattle him to the point, especially going into Arizona and Colorado. You're thinking about, all right, he had a bad game. You're going into hitter-friendly venues. He pitched very well on the last road trip.
Yeah, and Ron Rennie put him into some tight spots too, so he didn't lose his confidence. And Wooten, and that's going to give the pitcher himself confidence just by nature of the manager keeping the confidence in you.
Here's Josh Rutledge pinch hitting for the Rockies. It'll be 9-1-2 coming up. Rutledge got a little time at the shortstop position the last couple of years. He's been playing second base. You'll probably see him at second in this series. He had his troubles defensively at third base. He had not played much third base at all when the Brewers saw him in Colorado. Two balls and a strike. And now it's 3-1. Wooten falling behind. Peralta goes 6 innings tonight with 4 earned runs allowed. He's punched out 7 in his 6 innings. It's the most strikeouts he's had since that game against Cincinnati back on May 2nd. That was his 8th inning of shutout baseball.
Another reason why his pitch count was up there. A lot of pitches, foul ball, striking guys out. He struck out 2 his last time against the Rockies back at Coors Field. A lot of ground ball outs early in the count. Didn't get him like that tonight.
Broken bat, and Segura reaches up, pulls it down. Gene Segura takes a hit away from Josh Rutledge for the first out.
Yeah, put a circle around that one. That's 2 for Segura in the last few innings. Perfectly timed leap, able to grab it as it goes into center field. He made a great play on Drew Stubbs back in the 5th inning.
And he was going to trundle along. Most guys just kind of go to the ground, but Segura, he takes great pride in staying on his feet. He's like one of those cats.
Yeah, he's very proud of his balance.
He was not about to go down.
Sometimes you just got to give up. just go to the ground, do the roll.
It's nice soft grass out there.
It takes a lot less energy just to go down.
There's strike 1 to Charlie Blackmon. Blackmon, the Rockies leadoff hitter. 0 for 3 here tonight. The crowd applauding a nice catch in the stands. Well done, sir.
One-handed, barehanded catch on a line drive over there.
Saved some people from a bruise.
Yeah, he's the hero over there right now.
And away.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now give me the ball. One ball, 2 strikes to count. Blackmon has struck out twice, 2 of Peralta's 7 Ks. And he slaps that one to the opposite field. That was a nice piece of hitting there. First hit of the night for the Rockies leadoff hitter. That extends his hitting streak to 8 consecutive games. And he is aboard as the tying run with Drew Stubbs coming up.
And just shortening up on that stroke and serving one into left field. That wasn't a bad pitch either by Wooten. Slider down in the strike zone.
Stubbs has a hit tonight. He's 1 out of 3. Segura made a great play on him back in the 5th inning. Ranging in the hole and then gunning to first to get the speedy Stubbs. He's a tough guy to double up. He's got to hit one right at an infielder with something on it. Also has some power. Fastball strike. Stubbs was with the Indians last year as they made it into the postseason.
You got to be careful with Blackmon. He's got 15 stolen bases this year. So, you know, the Rockies have been very aggressive in trying to steal bases against the Brewers. Not just tonight, but over the weekend. Back in Colorado. Blackmon 15 out of 19.
15 steals, good enough for 6th in the National League. D. Gordon of the Dodgers has 40.
Man.
At the halfway point. Game 81 tonight for the Brewers. After tonight, 81 down, 81 to go.
Well, if the second 81 goes as good as the first, I think the Brewers will be in good shape.
A win tonight would be win number 49 for Milwaukee in their first 81 games. fastest to 48 wins with that victory yesterday. Stubbs traded by the Indians to the Rockies for pitcher Josh Outman. He was traded prior to last season from the Reds to the Indians. That was part of a 3-team deal. Shin-Soo Choo was the big name in that trade. Trevor Bauer as well. Things didn't work out for Stubbs as he'd hoped in Cleveland. They signed Michael Bourne. Ooh, didn't miss by much. Stubbs a good take, and it goes to 3-2.
Yeah, it's the problem for Stubbs throughout his career so far has been the strikeout. I mean, he can run. He's got some good power, excellent defender, but strikes out an awful lot. Seems like he's doing a better job of making contact with that batting average near 300.
Stubbs led the league in strikeouts, led all of baseball, as a matter of fact, in 2011. Runner takes off, and the pitch is upstairs, ball 4, so no throw necessary.
Yeah, now you're in trouble. Now you got 3, 4, 5 coming up. Couple of men on. And that might be the end of the line right here.
Well, Redick's got Will Smith ready. Sometimes the save opportunity comes in the 7th inning. Not technically, but this could be the ball game right here, this next sequence. So Rob Wooten comes on, gets a line drive out and then a single and a walk, and he's out, and Will Smith is coming in. Pitching change at Miller Park. Here we are in the 7th inning, and the Brewers with a 5-4 lead, forced to go to their setup reliever, Will Smith, who has been one of their best, one of the best in the big leagues, as a matter of fact. And Smith appearing for the 42nd time this year. He has been used often.
Yeah, and last pitch on Tuesday against the Nationals. Remember, he gave up that game-tying home run to Anthony Rendon. That was in the 8th inning. Turned out the Brewers would lose that game in 16 innings. And Will Smith now tied for the league lead in games for pitchers, tied with Arizona's Brad Ziegler. So 42nd appearance for Smith. 45 strikeouts in 37 innings. 2 of the next 3 hitters are left-handers.
Well, he's got his hands full here, because here comes Morneau. who has 2 hits tonight and a line out. Hardest ball he hit all night was the line drive out to right. Had a double in the first inning, singled and scored in the 4th. The best run producer the Rockies have. He's second in the league as well to start the day. Justin Morneau with 57 ribbies. Brewers need a ground ball double play in a big way. Good speed on the bases. Blackmon the tying run at second, Stubbs at first. He's the go-ahead run. And a fastball strike, 94 with the heat.
Yeah, Smith's been known to get his fastball in there at about 95 miles an hour, but you know, his best pitch is the slider against lefties. Got to make sure you keep it down because Morneau very good at using that hole between third and short.
Segura keeping Blackmon close, and a fastball in. You might see the runners go at some point. Blackmon and Stubbs both run well and both steal a lot of bases.
And that's why you saw Segura try to keep Blackmon close, kind of jockeying behind him, keeping an eye on him.
Interesting matchups career between Morneau and Smith. 3 for 13 is Morneau. Does have a home run though. Smith with those 6 strikeouts. 2 on, 1 away. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on Justin Morneau. Yes, he did. Foul tip into the middle of Lucroy, and it's 1-2. Got the dangerous Troy Tulowitzki due up next. Got the heavy hitters in this Rockies order. One and two. Got him. Smith strikes him out. Went with the off-speed pitch, and Morneau is gone, and a huge out for Will Smith.
Yep, established the fastball and then went back-to-back with a slider, and this is the best of the 2 of them. You can see Morneau way over the top of it. Well located down and away. And Morneau just waves at it. That's a big out.
And now Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki singled and scored in the 4th. He's walked tonight as well. He's 1 for 2. Has his league leading batting average up to .352. Tulowitzki is hitting .400 against left-handed pitching this year. A breaking ball misses. Tried to hit the back door with a curve. Now it's 2-0 on Tulowitzki. And Lucroy on his way out.
Well, I think that they might be discussing possibly, you know, don't give this guy anything too good to hit. You got a left-hander on deck, albeit Dickerson, who can swing the bat. You don't want to throw a cookie down the middle and have this guy hit one out on you. This might be one of those, don't give him anything to hit, but don't walk him.
Yeah, good luck. Smith in a tough spot here. 2 on, 2 away. Rockies have the tying run at second. Go ahead run at first. Brewers took the lead in the bottom of the 5th inning. And a fastball well placed, got a call.
That look, that might have been off the plate.
2-1 the count on Tulowitzki. If that pitch is a strike, might as well stay after it. Not much a hitter can do with that.
Well, if you can. That's threading the needle right there.
Coming inside, misses. And now it's 3-1. Tulowitzki has a great eye. You don't hit like he does without knowing your strike zone.
On base percentage almost 450. Of course, he's hitting 350.
In there. Took a little off that fastball and dropped it in for a strike. 3-2 now.
Well, now the runners are going to get a head start. And 3-2, 2 outs. And great speed on the bases.
Well, this is a major confrontation here. Who gives in? Full count, 2 outs. The league's leading hitter against one of the best relievers in the game right now, Will Smith. 2 on. There they go. And a little half swing. Did he go? No, he didn't. Oh, man, that was close.
Yeah, that's a true Tulowitzki. I lead the league. No call at first base here. Maybe not. He didn't go.
Able to check his swing. He draws the walk. And now the bases are loaded. Well, the Brewers have the lefty on lefty matchup, but we have seen Dickerson handle left-handers already in the season series. Dickerson hitting .273 against left-handed pitching this season. Starts him with a hook. And don't buy the old spin out of there by Dickerson.
Well, the one home run that he hit off of Zach Duke, that was a big mistake. It was a hanger that stayed on the inside corner, and he knocked it out of there in Coors Field. But you put the ball where he just did, a little bit different. That'd be a tougher pitch to hit. Dickerson hit a mistake, but he did hit it. He hit it well.
The 0-1 and a swing and a miss. Wow. Put the powder on the fastball, and Dickerson gave him a big swing at that. 0-2 the count.
Yep, slider then fastball in.
The point about that first pitch when he flinched, we didn't see Dickerson flinch once in Colorado against any breaking balls.
This is where if you're Lucroy, you got to block it. Your slider's got to be in the dirt here.
2 on, 2 out. Here it comes, the 0-2, and he hung right in there and fouls it back.
Man, left it up. Mistake. 0-2, you throw a slider, you got to bounce it. Lucroy will block it. He's done it all year.
I've seen Dickerson hit a high fastball tonight. He turned around a 95-mile-an-hour heater from Peralta. A lot to think about for Lucroy and Smith. Bases loaded. The 0-2 on the way, and a swing and a miss. He struck him out. Slider in the dirt, partner. Inning over. Brewers still lead. All new Chevy Silverado.
How about Will Smith getting Corey Dickerson on 4 pitches with the bases loaded? You know that they were content with pitching around Troy Tulowitzki. If he swung at a pitch out of the zone, so be it. Started him out with a breaking pitch. And this is the pitch that got into Dickerson's head right here. Second pitch, fastball 95 on the inside corner. This is where Dickerson could have done some damage. A hanger right there down the middle and up. And then the 4th pitch down in the dirt. That's where you got to put it with 2 strikes. Because Luke Croy won't block it. He's done it all season. And Will Smith gets his strikeout.
Shining moment brought to you by the Marshfield Clinic. Luke Croy, so impressive back there, too. Smith calls that slider, at least his teammates do. They call it the slider of death. They've even broken out a cuisine at A.J. Bombers called the slider of death.
Really? I guess.
He's got his own sandwich out there.
Nice.
And he gave one to Dickerson to get out of that mess. Stranding, the bases loaded. 5-4, Brewers still lead, bottom 7. Michael McHenry is in. Just coming off the bereavement list. And the new pitcher is Matt Belisle.
Well, the former Cincinnati Red, Belisle in his 5th season with the Rockies. 34th appearance, a 2-2 record. And Belisle with an earned run average at 4.5. Fastball, curveball for Matt Belisle.
Lucroy leads off. It's interesting that Rosario would come out. You wonder if something's wrong with him. His spot due to lead off in the 8th inning, so it's going to be McHenry instead of Rosario.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder if it's an injury or illness. Right back to the pitcher Belisle for the first out. Lucroy retired.
Remember, he did fall back. I mean, he was falling down as a pitch came to him earlier in the game. And that's not something you see every day. Maybe losing his balance a little bit. Maybe not feeling well tonight.
Carlos Gomez. He's had a tough night tonight. 0 for 3. That's a men on base. And he whistles one into left field. Gomez. A late single here in the 7th inning. And the Brewers have some speed aboard now. Game 2 tomorrow. Our Miller Lite What's on Tap. Tyler Matzik, left-hander on the mound, former first rounder, against Kyle Loesch. Loesch, the Brewers' best winner. He is 1 off the National League lead in victories with 9. So Loesch will get the ball against Matzik. Game 2 of this 4-game series tomorrow, and we're on the air at 6:30 for Brewers Live.
Yeah, second time the Brewers are going to see Matzik. Second time in a week. He pitched that game on Sunday.
Now the Brewers get Matzik tomorrow, then Jhoulys Chacin on Saturday afternoon. That's a 3 o'clock game, and then Jorge De La Rosa, the former Brewer, another lefty. He'll get the ball in a day game on Sunday. 3 left-handed starters for the Rockies. They're down another pitcher too, Christian Bergman, who started against the Brewers in Colorado. Took that shot off the bat of Ramirez, stayed in to finish that inning, but turns out he has a fracture on that hand.
Yeah, how about that?
So he's on the DL. Gomez takes off. Ramirez fouls it away. Carlos has only been caught twice this year. He hasn't been running much lately, coming back from that hamstring injury, but he's 12 for 14 in stolen base attempts this season. That's a good sign that he's running here. Must be feeling well.
Yeah, he'll get it going. Of course, you don't be making outs on the bases as hot as Ramirez is. I mean, we talk about that, why guys don't run, but that's the case. The way Ramirez has been swinging the bat, Carlos right now is already in scoring position. Been hitting a lot of homers.
And just by the nature of the spot in the batting order, Gomez is not going to have a monster stolen base season for that reason, and the fact that Ramirez is an early count swinger. He doesn't give you a whole lot of chance to run.
Yeah, if he likes it, he's swinging regardless.
And that one's in the air to left, going back on it. Dickerson with room. Gomez is going to tag, and Gomez will stop halfway. Good thing.
Yeah, just got under that one a little bit. That curveball from Belisle left it up, and sounded like Ramirez barreled it up, but just got underneath.
So Ramirez retired for the first time tonight. Gomez still at first. Here is Chris Davis. He put the Brewers ahead with a sac fly on a line drive out to right. Goes back in the 5th. He's 1 for 2 today. Long look by Belisle. Chris Davis now with 42 runs batted in, the club leader in that category in his first full season in the big leagues. There goes Gomez, and no chance. Cardinals swipe second base. 13 steals for Gomez this year.
Yeah, he could run on McHenry, as the Brewers did when he was with the Pirates. Has a tough time throwing out base runner. Just didn't have the handle on that pitch, and Gomez gets in there without a throw.
McHenry just in for Rosario. Now a base hit. The Brewers could add to their lead. Gomez has a big lead at second, and Davis a huge cut. Does not get cheated at the plate. I mean, Davis is not a big guy by stature. What's he go, about 5'11" or so?
Yeah, probably.
But just massive forearms, his wrist, hands so strong. Carlos takes off to third. That ball's fouled away. So 1-2 the count. Rockies not even bothering to keep Gomez close, so he decided to just take it.
That's more distracting than anything for a hitter. You're up there, you get a good pitch to hit, you see Gomez take off, and that can be distracting. Some hitters don't like that.
It's 0-2 to Davis. Gomez with a big lead. Davis's sac fly came on a 2-strike pitch. That was a nice at bat. And he drove one into right center field. Blackman raced over to make the catch, but it was deep enough to score the run and give the Brewers the lead. They got 2 in that inning. An RBI single by Lucroy tied it, and then Davis with the sac fly to put him ahead. Two balls, 2 strikes. Gomez goes again. Davis down the right field line. Blackman on the run at the track, and he's got it for the out. Side retired. 7 in the books. We go to the 8th, and it's 5-4 Milwaukee. Colorado Rockies as we go to the 8th inning. Now, Renicky had to use Will Smith, normally his setup man, in the 7th to get through a mess. He did so. And that'll mean Kinsler will come on here in the 8th. Scooter Jeanette in our Carsoup.com trivia question. Prior to yesterday, the last Brewer leadoff hitter to drive in 5. That would be Marquise Grissom. 5 RBIs, 99 against the Astros. Some good names on this list. 5 RBI games from leadoff hitters. Fernando Vina, Jim Gantner, Gumby, sporting the glasses there. And of course, the Hall of Famer, Paul Molitor.
The gripper, Marquise Grissom. Back in the old County Stadium days. Well, Brandon Kinsler gets back-to-back days. He pitched in yesterday's ball game. 32nd appearance for Brandon. Last pitch, as I said, went yesterday. 2/3 of an inning and stranded 2 inherited base runners. That was back in the 7th inning. Spent some time on the disabled list from April 12th to April 23rd. A strained right rotator cuff and trying to throw the ball like his old self. Had a tough time when he came off the DL.
Kinsler yesterday with that strikeout in 2/3 of an inning and threw just 11 pitches. 8 of them for strikes in that win against Washington. Michael McHenry will lead off his first at bat. He just came into the game last inning, and if we get a report on Rosario, we'll pass it along to you. McHenry started the final game of that series Sunday and was 0 for 4. There's strike 2. Kinsler ahead quickly on Michael McHenry.
Seems like every one of these Rockies that comes to the plate are at or close to 300. It's amazing, these batting average. McHenry hitting 298.
And a line drive left field. That's fair. That's going to go to the wall. And it's going to be an extra base hit to start this inning on an 0-2 pitch.
Yep, a hanging slider. Boy. Doing a guy a favor doing that. Well, you know he didn't want to hang it. Idea is to put it in the dirt. He hangs that one up for McHenry and he rips it down the left field line. Bad pitch.
Now the Rockies have the tying run in scoring position, and the guy who has driven in all of the Colorado runs, Ryan Wheeler, with one swing of the bat back in the 4th inning. A grand slam off Peralta. Two and 0. Well, base runners at the bottom of this Rockies order can spell all kinds of trouble with the way they hit at the top. Zach Duke getting loose.
And once he gets to the top of the order, you're probably going to see Zach.
Got the strike call there. 2-1 to count. Now you got Blackman, a left-handed hitter. Justin Morneau, the lefty. Right off the end of the bat, Segura makes the play for the first out.
Yeah, good out right there. Wasn't able to advance the base runner. So Kinsler able to keep the ball down. Got that good run on his fastball and had Wheeler hit it right to short. Not able to advance the base runner. There's a break.
And here is DJ LeMahieu. McHenry carrying the tying run at second. LeMahieu, that is a foul ball. LeMahieu had a single and a stolen base off Peralta in the 4th inning. Bounced into a double play in the 6th. That was the final inning for Peralta, who is in line for the win. But the Rockies have been threatening that victory. Pickoff play at second. McHenry back. It's been a pretty amazing June for Wily Peralta. Already has 4 wins. He's looking for his 5th consecutive victory in the month. Bouncer to third, or rather to short. Going to third is McHenry, and Segura takes care of LeMahieu.
Yeah, the advantage right there of not allowing Wheeler to advance the base on the ground ball to second. Got him to shoot at the third base. McHenry had to stay put. And now Kinsler will get out of the inning if he's able to retire the pinch hitter.
By the way, got an update from the Rockies. WILIN Rosario is out of this game with lower back tightness. So that's why McHenry enters. This will be Brandon Barnes. He will pinch hit in the pitcher spot. Tying run at third base. Swinging away at the first pitch. Down in the count he goes. Another good catch up there. Barnes has been very good off the bench for Walt Weiss. He's been his best hitter off the bench. 10 for 30 as a pinch hitter. Strike on the corner. Well placed fastball from Kinsler. 0-2 now.
Well, just don't want to hang the slider like he did to McHenry here. Hadn't thrown too many sliders since that hanger. And that one catches the outside edge.
Got to trust your catcher here if it's a breaking ball. Tying run 90 feet away. McHenry ready to run if it skips by. And the 0-2 called strike 3. Kinsler with a pump of the fist. He rings him up. Same spot with a fastball. One of the Brewers walking the tightrope here the last 2 innings. Still in the lead.
clinging to a 5-4 lead as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Ricky Weeks and Ramirez homering in this game. Augies want to talk a little bit about pitching, though, and what the bullpen has done the last couple of outings. A terrific job by Smith and Kinsler. A little bit of trouble. Get out of that trouble.
Yeah, making big pitches. You know, look at two good offensive ball clubs, especially this Rocky ball club, the highest hitting average team in Major League Baseball, and you have the bullpen out there. The bullpen has done a nice job. In some trouble, but making some really good pitches.
Be nice to see him tack on a couple of runs here to help out K-Rod in that 9th inning. We've got Brewers Live postgame on the way. Going to hear from the Brewers clubhouse and also go over the Bucks draft as well. The draft is complete for them, and if you like 6'8" forwards, there's a bunch to talk about, guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Craig and Augie. Jabari Parker.
Yeah.
That's a lot to talk about. And wanting to be in Milwaukee, and we can tell you, Jabari, you're going to love Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yep.
Tommy Kahnle is the next pitcher for the Colorado Rockies. We're on our way to the bottom of the 8th, and a 5-4 Milwaukee lead.
Well, this is a guy that can give you multiple innings. 18 of his 19 appearances have been for more than 1 inning. And he tossed a career high 3 innings back on June 13th at San Francisco. 30th appearance overall. You can see the innings totals, 41 in the 3rd innings.
Here's Mark Reynolds to start it. Reynolds, Segura, and then the pitcher spot. Boy, you got to give a lot of credit. Will Smith, Brandon Kinsler. Smith got out of Rob Wooten's jam. Kinsler getting out of his own jam with the tying run at third base.
He made the one bad pitch the entire inning, that hanging slider, and looked like it was going to cost the Brewers a lead. You know, man at second, nobody out, but then he really started to deal. He didn't throw any more sliders, all fastballs, locating him pretty well.
Well, those are two beautiful fastballs on the outside corner. The comeback sinker, freezing Barnes. Reynolds to center field, undressing Kahnle. That ball was scalded up the middle, and the Brewers with a man on. Little insurance at first base, perhaps.
Yeah, 96 turning it around into center field. Right down the middle, up in the strike zone. Hey, for just $20, join Crew HD and receive a Terrace Reserve ticket to the July 10th Brewers game, a Harley-Davidson Museum ticket, and a can koozie. Call 414-902-4000 or visit brewers.com/HD Museum for details.
Here's Gene Segura. Might be up there to bunt Reynolds over. Got a 5-4 lead late. We'll see. Rockies expecting a bunt. Segura squares, bunts it to the right side, and Morneau makes the play for the out. I think that ball was going foul, but Morneau taking the sure out. Segura retired, a sacrifice bunt, moving Reynolds into scoring position.
Yep. Well, going to give you an out, take it, and brings a pinch hitter, and then the top of the order. Bunted a little bit too hard. Let's see. Wasn't going to be sure. They could have taken that 2 ways, let it roll a little bit longer, and as Segura got there, picked it up and tag him out.
Number 2, Scooter Gennett.
So Gennett announced as the pinch hitter. And a nice hand after a career day yesterday. I'll tell you, if he drives in a run here, they might give him his own bobblehead at some point. Oh, wait. He already has one.
Yeah, right. It's coming up.
And a strike from Kahnle. Yesterday, Scooter Gennett with the Brewers down 1-0 in desperate need of some offense. A grand slam by the Brewer leadoff hitter. Cleaned them up. And driving a run later in the game. 5 RBIs yesterday for Gennett. Scooter was 2 for 5 yesterday. Bumped his batting average up to .308.
Up in the top 10 right now in batting average in the National League.
Now Gennett checks in 8th in the league in hitting. The Brewers have 3 batters in the top 8. So you got Lucroy second, Gomez is 6th, and Jeanette is 8th. Jeanette just now finally got enough plate appearances to enter into the top 10. No balls, 2 strikes. Reynolds at second. Up and in on Jeanette. 1 and 2. That home run yesterday was Jeanette's 5th of the season. And that gets by. McHenry tracks it down. No chance. That's a big play right there. Reynolds to third base with just 1 out.
Yeah, McHenry just boxed that one. It wasn't a very good pitch, but one that you would think the catcher is going to be able to hold on to. Got a glove on it. Pitcher's way outside. Set up inside. But you got to make that play right there. Pass ball.
And now a lot of ways to score. And it's going to force Walt Weiss to bring his infield in. So some holes open up. Jeanette is a very good bunter as well, but there are 2 strikes. Probably not a spot for a squeeze. 2-2 the count. And Jeanette lifts one in the air right field. Did he get it? That is back, and it's gone! Scooter Jeanette! The mighty might! Home run number 6. And the Brewers lead 7-4. Pound for pound. The best home run hitter in the big leagues.
Yeah, got a slider. Canley threw him the slide and just dropped the head of the bat on it. Actually, change up. I'm sorry. Change up down. And he golfed it on out of here. He put it in the right spot. And there's a big 2-run homer. And that's a Badger Mutual Insurance run of the game. Scooter Jeanette.
How about that? Pinch hit. 2 strike. 2-run home run for Scooter Jeanette. Boy, what a player he is. What a streak. Man. He had 3 hits from Ricky Weeks tonight. He was a triple away from the cycle. Still got a chance here. Jeanette comes off the bench and delivers what the Brewers are hoping is a knockout punch here tonight. That's his 2nd career pinch hit homer, by the way. He hit one last year, I remember, in Chicago against the Cubs.
And he got some watermelon for his trouble.
Yeah.
Well done, Carlos.
Treat.
Got to keep him strong. Watermelon actually looked pretty good, didn't it?
It did. It's got me
good and right.
Got me a little jealous. Ready for this game to end now.
Yeah, we're going on 4 hours here, pretty close.
I mean, getting into the spread is frowned upon before the game ends, but you hit a pinch hit homer.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Give him some fruit.
1 ball, 1 strike on Weeks. Now, keep in mind, Weeks is a triple away from the cycle here, so a little bit to recommend. Two balls and a strike. Canley missing badly. 3-1 the count. Start looking at the cycles in Brewers franchise history. It's some interesting names on that list. George Kataris had the last one.
Yep. Chad Moeller, another catcher, had one.
I was just thinking about Chad Moeller.
Yep.
Yeah, the last two have been catchers, huh? That ball's high in the air to center field. Stubbs will run underneath this one, and that'll be the second out. Two gone. Here comes Ryan Braun. Two outs, nobody on after Jeanette clears them. Brewers have used the long ball tonight, 3 of them. Starting on the first pitch of the ball game by Christian Friedrich. Ricky Weeks went deep. Ramirez hit a 2-run homer in that first inning as well. A 3-run first for the Brewers. Rockies got a grand slam from Ryan Wheeler in the 4th inning. That put him ahead, but the Brewers scored 2 in the 5th to take the lead. Scooter Gennett goes deep just a moment ago for a little insurance.
A lot of insurance. I'll tell you, the Rockies back-to-back innings, they're thinking they should have tied this game. Brewers bullpen coming up big, and then Scooter giving them a little bit of breathing room.
Still a save situation as of right now. Another benefit of yesterday's 9-2 win. You're able to give your late inning relief the day off. Frankie Rodriguez fresh and ready to roll. I would imagine if it goes to a 4-run lead, you would see Zach Duke. That's my guess on why he's still standing there.
I would imagine, yep.
2 balls and a strike on Braun. 3-1.
That's a pitch right there that Jeanette hit out of the ballpark. That change up, left it up a little bit, up and in.
Got a hitter's count. Ryan with 2 hits tonight, and that one is inside ball 4. So Braun is aboard. He's been on base 4 times tonight. 2 hits now, 2 walks. That'll bring up Lucroy. Hey, we want to pass along congratulations. We got a new Brewer fan. Dylan Michael Meyer, born last Friday. Proud parents Dan and Carla, season ticket holders. So happy day of birth, Dylan Michael Meyer, and welcome to the club.
Right. Last Friday, huh?
Last Friday. That would be when we were in Colorado.
Right.
He had to be old enough to be able to hear it for himself, you know. Canely will face Lucroy. 2 outs. Lucroy drove in the tying run in the 5th. He hit a long fly ball to center. Drew Stubbs actually leaped for the ball at the wall, and it went off the tip of his glove. Ended up as a single.
Yeah, single because Ryan Braun was tagging up at first base.
And there he goes. And Lucroy lets him run. The pitch is a strike, and Braun is in there. Stolen base. Brewers keep the pressure on. Braun's had a busy night on the base paths tonight. That's his 8th steal.
Yeah, big lead, good jump. Not a very good throw by Michael McHenry. It bounces, but Braun able to get in there.
Now McHenry on his way out to chat with Canely. Brewers clinging to a 1-run lead until this 8th inning. Started with a Mark Reynolds single to center. Segura bunted him to second. He went to third on a pass ball. And then Jeanette got down on the count, 2 strikes. Launches one out of here into the ATI zone. Braun now at second after a walk and a stolen base. Here's a 2-1 to Lucroy, and he drives one to right, going back on it is Blackman, and that will retire the side. But it is Scooter's night once again. He comes off the bench this time. A pinch hit 2-run homer. Insurance on the board. And a little fun in the summer with some watermelon for Jeanette. Rockies series on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. And Frankie Rodriguez enters the game. We look at the Columbia St. Mary's save tracker. He is at 25. He leads the National League in that category.
Yeah, picked up number 25 on Tuesday against the Nationals. It was a 3-up, 3-down ninth, and that included 2 strikeouts.
Well, Rodriguez, the best kind of save opportunity. You're at home, a 3-run lead. But this is a potent lineup, especially where Rodriguez is in the lineup with the top of the order coming up. So don't take your foot off the gas just yet. Charlie Blackmon will lead the way. K-Rod with 25 saves is 2 ahead of Trevor Rosenthal of the St. Louis Cardinals. You got Rosenthal, Kenley Jansen of the Dodgers. They have 23. Kimbrel and Sergio Romo have 22 saves this year. At the top of the heap has been K-Rod.
Very consistent, being able throwing strikes with all 3 of his pitches.
Jeanette hits the pinch hit 2-run homer, stays in to play defense. Ball and a strike on Blackman. Bouncer to Jeanette. Nice easy hop for him. And there is out number 1. Well, the Brewers sitting on a 4.5 game lead. Cardinals and the Dodgers are hooked up in a beauty tonight. That game's in the 7th inning already.
Yep, scoreless.
They started 2 hours after our game. Yeah, Beckett and Wainwright. A scoreless game in the 7th inning. Both starters still in. Wainwright's given up just 2 hits. Beckett just 3.
That game not nearly as exciting as this one, though.
Exactly.
Of course, a nothing game can be pretty exciting if you're one of those baseball fundamentalists. You like pitching. Not too many of those games around anymore.
There's a strike to Drew Stubbs. Got the corner. It's 1-1. And we'll be keeping a close eye on that St. Louis Los Angeles series. Stubbs hits it high in the air, right center. And Gomez with room, out number 2. Frankie Rodriguez looking for save 26. He's got Justin Morneau coming up. Morneau was up in a big spot in the 7th inning. Colorado had 2 on at the time. Down a run. Will Smith struck him out. 2 batters later, Corey Dickerson was at the plate with the bases loaded. And the Brewers clinging to a 1-run lead. Will Smith struck him out. You can throw a lot of praise around for this game if the Brewers win, but Will Smith is at the top of the list.
Yeah. Well, Brandon Kinsler did a nice job with that leadoff double. Yeah, keeping the Rockies off the board. Good balance once again.
One ball, 1 strike on Morneau. Bouncing ball. Jeanette coming in. He's got it. Throw to first in time, and the ball game is over. And the Brewers stay hot against the Colorado Rockies. They've won 4 in a row against the Rockies. 7-4 the final score. Ricky Weeks with 3 hits today. Scooter Jeanette a pinch hit 2-run homer. K-Rod now with his big league leading 26 save, making a winner out of Wily Peralta, who is 9-5, and he's won 5 in a row. And 1 went off the National League high. So the Brewers win and set up for Game 2 tomorrow. It's time for Brewers Live now. Let's send it out to Craig Cashon and Jerry Augustine. What do you have coming up, Craig?
Well, we're going to have a fun time.